Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is going to be our first look at the new Anbennar mod. This is one of the biggest mods for EU4, and they just released a version for Vic 3. So it's complete with their own kind of lore that has been an extended sort of creation since the mod was initially created as a sort of D&D alternative world. This isn't a bug, this is like there's a magical blast or something that carved this part out. But the world has a long history. As I understand it, Anbennar takes place in a little bit of a different time period in terms of the Victoria 3 mod versus the other mod. Sometime a little bit later, mixing steam and magic, something like this. Hey Andrea, how's it going? And so we are going to be playing today. Now, I generally, in these fantasy mods, like playing dwarves, because they're industrious, and the other people just like to plant things. So, I was thinking we would play the dwarves, but also, I'm not that familiar with Anbennar's lore. We're going to kind of at least take a little bit of a look under the hood, see what's going on here, and then maybe reselect a new nation if people are really thinking that this is a terrible option. But just kind of looking at the journal entries, this guy has a national journal entry, but is the subject of this guy, but I don't know about us playing as a subject to start. That seems like maybe not a good decision, but we see a rather limited, or not limited, but there's a selection of characters or nations that are going to have national journal entries. I wouldn't quite call it limited. It seems like they've actually made journal entries for quite a lot of nations. We're assuming all of these are unique, and we're assuming that also the regional journal entries are going to be a bit of a thing. Hey Daniel, how's it going? These Dur Vasun have a Lovecraftian astronomy story in the EU4 tree. Okay, so that sounds really cool. Let's get in on them. If you want a fantasy Austria experience, go for Black Powder. Look at your lead mines closely. Hopefully there are no tentacle monsters in our lead mines. Okay, so we have mithril mines, cave coal. We just have mithril mines and cave coal for the moment. But we dwarves, we live in the veins of the mountain. So this is pretty cool. There is some, I think, impassable terrain. That's not impassable. But a lot of minerals in here, you can see. And a lot of different resources. So maybe let's take a look at the market and see what's going on here. Let's sort by market price. Sure. And see what's going on, maybe. We see mithril or flawless metal is a thing. Ore is a thing. Or iron. Dye, hardwood. See lead. Magical reagents. Interesting. I assume the tech tree is going to be very large and full of new additional things, in addition to kind of the standard Victorian era thing, where we're getting atmospheric engine pump. We could see just what other mines we have. So we have the normal suite of 5 mines, including the gold mines. And then we also have gem, damastar, flawless metal, and mithril, it looks like. Restored trains. For dwarverod. So I'm guessing multiple types of railways. And an analytical engine, which uses automata. Okay, so someone is going to use a bunch of automata for a bunch of different things, and that's unlocked with this. And it looks like there are more automata here. Well, we do love pops, it's our favorite thing, but I guess we'll have to stop referring to them as souls, because they're not always souls. Punch card artificery. We get doodads, growth beans. Okay. Very interesting. Just kind of skimming through it, because we're almost certainly going to take a closer look at this stuff later as well. Pathway transmutation. Mage tower. We see gene transmutation. Guessing that's going to grow pops. Damastar core for doodad artificeries. So Damastar is maybe a bit of a good that we can see it's used in electrical and also doodads and this type of stuff. So it might be this kind of hybrid mineral magical material. Very cool. Okay. I'm guessing we're going to have similar interesting things going on, yeah, with some of our other PMs as well. That there's going to be... Oop, we didn't mean to select anything. We didn't select anything. And then there's also going to be infamy decay. Social ones as well. Relic dig site. Get some curios. Curious. Let's take a look at our nation. So they have booked in here the GDP ownership mod. We're a big fan of that. I think that should just be booked into vanilla. Do we have any modifiers? It's probably a lot to read through. Let's see. Landowners. If we have the normal name on things, we're kind of going to skim through it. We do have the normal kind of situation with these guys. I don't think that we are necessarily the most content-filled nation. So it's looking like we just have normal IGs, but big, strong beards. As you can see. Now our culture is a sapphire dwarf. And our heritage is, I'm guessing, dwarves of this nature, or of this kind of area. See, ooh, a little bit of split religion amongst our pops. If you remember Ravik from Xstar, everyone can do that in Anbennar. Interesting. It's pronounced Dames here. Are we subject of Grumbar? We are subject, but it said that there was more content for us, so... Or that we had our special journal entry. It says we have a starting event. We have this Oracle's Eye investigation. Maybe we do need to, like, look a little closer. I think that's probably our national thing. The Lovecraftian thing that we have going on. So maybe... Ooh. We have magical expertise as a resource. Interesting. Let's take a look at our... So we have mage towers. These make reagents. And they consume the curio. Oh, they produce curios. They take reagents. See all the different types of mines. Magical reagents is something we can build already. But wanted to take a look at the decrees and see if any of these take magic or look a little bit weird. Like Enhanced Dimension, 2% market access, 20% infrastructure, 20% maximum infrastructure, and plus 400 magical expertise decree undiscounted cost. So this would cost magic, but we don't have enough discounts. Mage schools. This looks like it costs 200 magic expertise. So it looks like we just don't have enough magical expertise to do anything of that nature. I think we only have a couple of states. So why don't we promote social mobility? Ooh. What is that? Well, that's where most of our pops are. Okay, okay. We have some mineral stuff there. We have 100 arable land in that little square. I'm assuming this is our capital. Are we Grombar or... We are Durvajatun. The J doesn't look done to me. I guess the Dwarven Pantheon didn't win in the canon timeline. Magical decrees are a thing. You can generate expertise as much as you like down. They live primarily in the holds. Well. They did say it was a mystery. Unraveling the mysteries of this will be difficult indeed. As a dwarf, this is a strangeness that is being told to us to do. This will explain the JE when I finish localization. What could this mean? What could this mean? We dwarves know not what a JE is, and localization is a bit of a mystery. When RP goes too far, and you're reading it as the dwarves, this is where it will be explained. Okay, so our JEs may be bricked, so maybe we want to pick a different country, or maybe it's functional. It looks like it might be functional, but we do not know the reason why. It is to do. We have to make at least 3 discoveries, and then we trigger the shocking truth. Alright, okay. Okay. Let's see if we have anything else kind of unusual going on. We are a subject, so there's maybe going to be a little bit of waiting around. If we do decide to play this way. I do like the idea of playing a dwarf. There's not a very good way of sorting a dwarf. I know that these guys had unique content. They worship the Rune Fathers. I know that these guys are just dwarves. Magical oh! We have different magical traditions. That's cool. Okay. And these guys are rune carving as well, and are we rune carving? Are we just all rune carving? Yeah, we're all rune carving. So that's a dwarf thing. What's the dwarf above Harpy then? Oh, there is a dwarf here. The Hearts dwarfs. The Garnet dwarves. Well, the one thing I'm concerned about is if it's too hard for us to break free of our subjugation in exchange for this journal entry, which might be to do. I mean, you obviously have to do the journal entry, right? So I don't know where your magic UI button is, though. Have you got any UI mods on? We do have the community mod framework, which is generally what people use, but there's magic stuff that's conveyed here. Plant growth, divide census, so we have additional decrees. We don't generate very much magic, though. Where is it coming from? So it looks like we're getting some from production methods from universities, so it looks like we can generate magic through magic schools. Just regular universities? It looks like. Obsidian Legion seems somewhat finished. Grow bar is strong, you might struggle. There's different UI as well. There's different UI for magic. I don't see stuff off to the left. We did download this morning from the workshop. I mean, I see no additional tabs. Maybe we're just not magical enough. Under the great block button. You're missing a button. We did load with the community mod framework, but okay. We will... just load Anbennar without the community mod framework? Alright. Let's do that, then. Usually, like, all the mods require it, is the thing. But, yeah, only Anbennar? Yeah, fair. Okay. I stand corrected. But also, maybe we pick someone else instead of those dwarves. Playing as a subject will slow us down. Maybe it's okay being a little bit slower. We did click play. Alright. So we should be loading in. You'll get to see the Anbennar load screen if it registers on the OBS. Who knows if it will. Okay, you didn't get to see the load screen. This doesn't look like magic. That looks like toil in the field. I do like the art there. Okay, so we were playing these guys. We don't necessarily have to play these guys. I just think, it seems like all the dwarves are in here. I didn't really see any other dwarves elsewhere. The Dragon Command. Very cool. Sky Domain. Yeah, there's so much lore and content for this that's, like, been created over the course of, like, 15 years for EU4. So it's definitely, from a lore perspective, very fleshed out. Just here we have some unique stuff, maybe, but I think we're not going to get descriptions. Check out Agor Barad. They're minor power, they're unaligned. Oh, and there's our spells. More defense, but only until skirmish infantry. Very interesting. We actually don't like SOL. SOL is like a negative modifier. Government dividends efficiency, though. This is going to be command economy oriented. Suddenly we don't like the dwarves so much. Right, if we can get 5 levels of this, you can get like 100% interest rate return. Some of the spells are obviously busted, as in good, not broken. Yeah. You can change the effects with the potential spells at the top. Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa. Minus construction goods costs. Enchanted tools. And more construction. Bro, we do like more construction, though. I don't know, what are we thinking? Why don't we take a little bit of a poll? Whether we want to play a human, dwarf, elf, or something weird. We have Twitch viewers yet? We do have some Twitch viewers. Let's do a straw poll then. Often we don't like to give the Twitch viewers representation. Mainly because most of the viewers on YouTube. This is going to be a ranking poll. Okay? We're only going to explain this once. Okay? You drag... Actually, we'll probably explain it twice. I don't know why I'm opening like that. Like, I'm not gonna just explain it to anyone who doesn't understand. Like, like, if someone asks, wait, how do you do it? Like, I'm not gonna be, not gonna be helpful about it. Okay, let's take a look at the ranking pool, just so we know how it works. Okay, before we give you guys the link. Okay, we drag and order them based on our order of preference. So if we want elf, or something weird, or dwarf, we do it like this. It will assign points to the ones that we want, and then we click vote. If we just click one thing, and like don't even drag it, and then click vote, we will have wasted our vote. Which I suppose is okay, because these were the instructions, and they were not followed. So, let's do that. Gnomes are like dwarves, but cooler? I don't get it, please explain it again? Okay. Hold up 1 second. This is a rank order poll. You rank them based on the order of your preference, and it will assign points to the ones that you want. That way, you can have instances where the most popular thing doesn't end up winning because everyone kind of thinks that something weird is a bit of a compromise, which sounds like relationships. You compromise and you're like, it's weird, but that's okay. You then, once you've decided what order you want, you click the vote button. We can take a look at the current results. Looks like people are leaning towards dwarf, or something weird. Yeah. Okay. Gnomes would count as something weird. Only 1 month till EU5? I know. Dwarf gang. Dwarfs do be going hard in the paint. Gnomes would also be cool. Twitch viewers are superior, though. Says, convenient you would say that on Twitch, huh? Say that to the YouTuber viewers' faces. Look at the other spells. Yeah, let's look at some other spells. So let's look at gnome spells. So these guys are gnomes? These guys aren't gnomes, but they are weird. So let's look at their spells. Let's just look at production spells, because that's all we really care about. Minus weekly liberty desire. Agriculture throughput, okay. Oil, we do like oil. Make maximum infrastructure. Right, we will look a little bit at some of this. Home defense, surprise maneuver. Yeah, some of these, I have a sneaking suspicion these will not be balanced at all. Look at that birth rate. Ayo. So that's a null. These are like an elf that's reasonably big. Recognition progress is an interesting modifier. Overall, these guys don't seem as strong. Enactment chance, hell yeah, brother. Government dividends efficiency again. We see that modifier again. This is a human. Mines throughput, resource discovery chance, okay. Furniture, textile mills, sure. Opulent. Arts Academy. Some food throughput. Flat offense, defense, very strong. Migration attraction and mass migration attraction. Leverage generation, authority, minting, loan interest rate. I wonder if they uncapped minting. Minting, like, I think shouldn't be capped, but it currently is. Let's find a null. Dragon Hobgoblin. They're shamanistic. It's the first loud car of the stream. Okay, okay. Where's gnomes? Chi cultivation. We will use our chi. You can change your spells on the other page. But this is between, like, our unique spells and regular spells, right? Oh, 2% birth rate. No, the other one was 2 as well without the authority malice. Never mind. Was it? No, it wasn't. That would eventually get to 10% birth rate. Essence binding. Dragoon's offense not in the military page. Someone call an adult. This guy's doing inappropriate things. Okay. We were looking for a gnome, and I feel like we never found one. There's a goblin. These guys are elementals. They're centaurs. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not sure we can be them. We can only dream. Logging industry throughput. Logging industry employee fertility. I always knew that hardwood was gonna result in something more. Are these guys actually playable? Looks like they are. We could choose centaurs. We see orc. I think we've looked at shamanistic. These guys are gnolls. How did we not click on these guys? Are we just... No, these are gnolls, not gnomes. Those are like the same things, aren't they? Check out Aelithar. Alright. On the other side of the sea, we get Precursor. We do like the construction goods stuff. The dwarves have that. Looks like a lot of flat offense and defense, which I'm thinking is generally going to be good, and the government's dividends efficiency. Very just generally similar to the dwarf ones. There's a pink nation called Gnomish Hierarchy, and it is the gnomes. Alright, let's take a look. I do this thing where, like, I ask chat a question, and I'm trying to figure out the answer, and then I just, like, actually don't read the chat, and it's really silly, because you guys often have the answer. Or you guys often have a answer. So, Magisterial, I think we've already read through this one. Foreseen Battle. Mage Shields. Evocation. Yeah, I think we saw Magisterial, but that is pretty good. I know you're not on EU5 today, but I was wondering if you could briefly talk about how trade works. For example, if you're in Great Britain and you daisy chain porcelain to the China to your London market, you can daisy chain it, you can also just directly import it. You don't need to big. You just whoop. Which I think is generally more efficient, because every time you move porcelain through a market, you can't actually... If you daisy chain it, the problem is you can't import any market into a deficit, so you'll have to leave a bunch of porcelain along the way, and so direct import will be better. Gnolls are like hyena people? That sounds slanderous. I'll not have that type of bigotry in my chat. But you're correct, they are like hyena people. Not a great choice if you want to engage with the magic system, though. They have significant balances to magic since they're very artificer-focused. The dwarves. We could take a look at how the poll is going. Gnomes are focused on artificery. I can see various puppets that giving birth rate. Yeah, but can we convince them to use all of their magic? Ogres, the biggest, baddest boys in the mod. A Vicky 3 Anbennar, Arcanum, the grand strategy game. Sweet, yes. Let's see how the poll is going. Let's see Paul Allen's poll. Looks like you guys are voting for something a little weird. We could also just refresh the page, I think. Yeah, something weird is still winning. Okay, and since it was a... what is it? A ranked order poll, and we like democracy, or we understand democracy, we can take a look for something weird. So we're gonna play maybe some gnomes, or maybe some gnolls. Kind of was feeling the centaurs. I don't even know what this is. But I mean, centaur heritage. Go Jadazar, basically Dune Desert Elves with monster waifus. Monster waifus does sound... I mean, in terms of being in the spirit of something weird, that certainly seems a little weird. And you guys voted for the weird stuff. But they're harpies, so these aren't elves. And their magical tradition is what? Monster waifus. So chat, do we think that's a motorcycle or a car? I can tell the difference. But what does chat think? If you voted that was a motorcycle, you are correct. Honestly, their magic doesn't call to me. Centaurs are all in one region north of Jadazar. Ogres are up there as well. Objection, Jadazar is elves and they lost the poll. Okay, okay, okay. I thought Harpy was different than an elf. Too upset about loud plane week? We actually might hear a couple planes. Not a lot though, just the Canadians. Whoa. Magical shamanistic. Magisterial shamanistic. Animal companionship. See, when you said the weird monster waifus, this is the type of magic we were looking for. Mine's throughput, we like that. Offense and flat terrain. Offense and flat terrain, that's so interesting. Authority, a little bit of legitimacy. Legitimacy, whoa. So far, these guys' magic looks insane. So, like, decent stuff up top, you know. Mine's throughput, and then at the bottom, we get this possible 10% birth rate. Oh, we can even look at the ones who have this. But then we also have legitimacy, 15 legitimacy, 15% this? That seems pretty good. I think canonically, Jadar's Harpy daughter took the throne, so they should be Harpies, not elves. There's an undead goblin lich nation that should be heavily focused on magic unless they've changed massively. Well, a lot of things in terms of the lore have changed massively as the world shifts towards artifice and steampunkery. So that certainly does look a little weird. I mean, they get the really nice birth rate. Mines throughput, logging throughput, and iron output. Iron and steel output. Should we play a GP? Are we liking that? Serpent Spine, Dak the Lich might be hanging around. So this Dak the Lich up here, maybe? Oh, we don't want to play as the #1 GP. We're not about that life. We don't mind playing a GP, but not #1. Bardic. Wow, these guys have the shortest list, it looks like. Extra maneuvers. Infamy decay birth rate. I mean, it's not bad. Dak is to the east. And maybe we're... Okay, Dak the Lich is somewhere in the east. No! 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 We don't want... No! No! Okay. Okay, I'll stop. Elemental Precursor sounds freaking sweet. Dragon Dominion. What is this culture, though? It is elf. Not allowed. Jadanzar? East of Jadanzar. I think we have access to multiple nations. Dakaz is the name of the nation we're looking for. Alright. Ho ho ho, he does look a little strange, I must admit. It's a goblin, I think this counts. And necromantic shamanism, I don't think we've seen this magical tradition. Oh, he has multiple! I'm blind. Okay. We have magical automata. Undead army, okay. This guy certainly seems a little weird, and he likes keeping animal companions. Also a little weird. And we have a flag that's a little goblin dude. I think we might have found our guy. Birth rate for authority. This all looks good. Are the Dacus cars loud? They will be loud. I need to know if Gore Barad is a tag in this version of the mod. Dak is somewhat interesting. You'll have access to undead units, and World Market is gated behind Tex. World Market's gated behind Tex. He's been ruling for about 400 years. What a chat. Gore Barad. Although maybe it'd be funnier for chat if we didn't answer your question. Gore Barad seems to be a tag. We did look at all the dwarf stuff earlier. The best lich in the game. It's also a dwarf, I guess. So compromise for the dwarf voters. It says he's a goblin. Oh, he's a dwarf? But he's leading goblins. Ah, he speaks dwarvish. But he's only a little dwarvish. Dwarf-ish. Alright. Be a number 63 power. Maybe a little on the small side. centaurs are real weak. What the hell? Broy gets the sombrero. Dak is no dirty Darby, he's a proud goblin. Yeah. I can see the racism starting to bubble up from the chat. Or the speciesism. Or the racism. We do not have Canistar as a formidable mod, basically Anbennar's Roman Empire. I don't know. I'm guessing they will have some amount of formables. I think we're switching on to the... We do have precursor. These guys do have a journal entry. Ancients. Alright, let's pick this guy and let it rip. And if we have to restart, we have to restart. Why is there a big circle in the map? Big magic go big boom boom and create massive crater. Big crater. Big boom. Yeah. If you think this is racist, you haven't had the experience while playing Alnar. Not this. The racists among racists. Alright. God, my brain is so like hardwired to just go atmospheric engine first, like in all circumstances ever. Now someone said our access to the world market was locked behind tech. Okay, what spells do we have active? Oh, we have to choose between one of these. Okay, okay. Or we can unlock multiples? Well, I would like the legitimacy. Ah. So if we do this... Well, early on, the legitimacy is probably going to be better than the birth rate, right? But it just instantly swaps our thing. I guess mill goods cost while we're not at war is actually what we want. Okay. Oh, and our research unlocks new stuff, but we start out with shamanistic, necromantic. Sky ships. Something like dwarves would be cool to watch. We already decided we were doing something weird. Alright. Well, let's look at the stats these guys have. He's immortal. Okay. He's ambitious. Fair. Decree discount. He's arrogant. Don't like that. Minus 10 legitimacy is kind of rough. Powerful mage. Extra magical expertise efficiency. Majocrats get dust for stuff. Chat. Maybe I don't understand the lore here, but we have an average lifespan. And we are immortal. A curious thing. We do have the Goblin Church. I'm guessing it's just gonna have the standard, yeah, just the standard looking stuff. More law categories as well here. We start out without nationalism. Okay, okay, okay. Clearly, the lore thing to do is just to stay on subjecthood. We are loyal to the sovereign. Magocracy, I guess we start on this. Agrarianism's maybe a little bit rough. I think we went to colonial exploitation kind of early here. Because didn't we have a bunch of stuff around us? Oh, this is an actual power. It just looks like it's colonizable. What about this? They lied to us. This isn't colonizable. Immortals for the undead? He already died. Ah, got it. Normal goblins have an average lifespan. I feel like those two should still be inconsistent with each other. We have slave trade. Guild system, so the guild system is something we want to get off of. Mechanism as property. Mechanical freedom, yuck. Mechanism creation allowed, okay. And that allows our PMs. Alright, let's look at some of our land here. Looks like we have dwarvish land. Let's produce grain, okay. It's a grain farm of sorts. Looks like we have gold and gems. Okay. Pops are pretty evenly distributed. Looks like we start out with some authority being spent on some of this. Maybe do some of that. And just kind of take a look through here. Arcane curios. Who's eating the curios, brother? Looks like the rich eat more curios, but the poor eat some curios. Alright. Are they curios or Cheerios? Comment below. Where's Earthseed and Jadehold? Your goblin tag? Yeah. If you have we have dwarvish land. Cleansed of the cleansed of the presence of dwarves. Not gonna lie, when you like open a Diplo thing and you have no idea how strong any of these guys are, it's normally we look and we like instantly know what's going on because we know exactly what we're looking for. On these Overhaul mods, it's always a little bit weird. Now, someone said we didn't have access to the market yet. The world market. And so we don't seem to. We have to get out to the coast. Looks like the fastest way is this way. The people who just look geographically biggest that are around us, I guess we're gonna improve relations with some of them. We're just gonna look at power rank first and see if they're, like, high. We're gonna improve it. We can't, so we don't have a strategic interest, do we? Oh, Jade Mines is that small? What the hell? What is this about? Really don't have a reference for how good the precious minerals are. You can get skyships, tier 2 on the left. That'll give you world market access. Okay. Let's actually go for that first then. Skyships. Tier 2 on the left. Sky ships. Is there a search function? I don't think there is. Sky ships when you live in a cave is awesome. Definitely makes some sense. Honestly, wait a bit. Jadenstar is most likely collapses early, making it easier for you to reach the sea. Damastar might be cracked in the follows lore. Social tech? Okay. Someone said on the left, I assumed they meant production tech. But maybe I just didn't read the comment. But tier 2. Tier 2, they said. Commercial airships, okay. Okay. And then... what do our construction sectors eat? So we have the normal construction sector PM. Plus... fabrication spells. So we want to have it where we have iron and the other stuff. Where's the fabricator? Alright. Hold up. Hold up. Do we not have a fabricator yet? For the magical stuff? So, let's take a look, and... we want magical reagents. Where do we get those? A lot of things produce magical reagents. Okay, like a lot of things. Monster stuff. But magical reagents lab consumes glass and sugar. So this can kind of be produced anywhere. So we were looking for just like what's vertically integrated in terms of what we need for our construction sectors. And this takes away 25 iron. And there's 50 iron, so it's still... iron's still overwhelmingly going to be a massive input, so we're kind of in good shape with just building our construction where we have iron still, I think. Actually, a lot of state bonuses here. What do we got? Construction efficiency, treacherous caverns. No! Not my least favorite modifier. Does underground might make it so we can't use the skyships. Dwarf road. Oh, this little thing is a this is a location, guys. Or this is a state. The dwarf road. The drunken road. Not like this. Why you gotta at me like this game? Okay, Dwarf road. Oh, this is gonna allow the dwarven railroads, brothers. Currently behind in the stream, I'm hoping it's monster waifus. I'm sorry, we picked the lich. Do you know how to increase your dwarf hold level? I do not know how to hold more dwarves. So I'm guessing we're gonna... oh, and then this is this the capital? We have a lot of pops. Yeah, it is the capital. Does this place not have a negative state construction efficiency modifier? It does not. Everywhere else, a treacherous cavern, except for these holds. We see a lot of these holds. Okay. Okay. Alright. So let's add a construction sector. Just one. I'm actually not sure we can afford it, but our investment pool is growing so fast, we totally can afford it. Alright. And then we can't build railways here, but we can build railways here. But they are not the normal railways, they're the dwarven railways. A dwarf road. This gives transportation, merchant marine, and infrastructure, so just kind of functioning as normal. It does give us access... does this give us access to the sea, effectively? To Dwarf Rod? Cave debuffs get removed with tier 3 production tech. Ah, that is nice. Capital is a dwarven hold. The only ones that don't have the penalties. We must hold our neighbors' holds in our hands. So we have these guys we want to get after, maybe. Who owns this? This guy? They're domineering, so that to me implies that we lose in a fight, eh? We have more battalions than them. They have what type of units? Do we not know? Infantry and artillery? Mobile artillery. Okay. But we have the power of friendship. We do have a historic... Is this the ruler? Commander-in-Chief. He has experienced offensive planner as well. I mean, that's a good stat. These guys just should be so much stronger than us, shouldn't they? Well, here's the thing. This goes from here to here. It goes under the earth. Taking all the nearby holds is time-honored serpent spine tradition. Alright. We will maybe prepare for war a little bit then. The loyal Dakites. Why does that sound vaguely racist? Okay. Grand Army of Dak. How do you like this? Dak. Okay. Put this guy on adamant defense. So we are gonna need to split two armies and push one side and then the other. Oh, the thing is we're gonna fight this guy and this guy. That's two dudes with 100 battalions, right? If we deck on him... Yeah, we can't beat 200,000. Or, sorry, 200 guys. Alright, I understand. We have a defensive pact with who? That guy. Okay, fair. I think let's unpause and take a little bit of a think. How much pop do you have on your initial hold? Around 3 million. Let's maybe promote social mobility there. We can use some of this. We could give it more mappy. Tax capacity. %30 minting. We're minting 9K. Oh, for on gold. On gold. Got it. Enforced loyalty. Home offense and defense. Not gonna be too useful. Let's use road maintenance here too. We want the float for passing laws, but we need to do what? What do we need to pass here? I don't think we can really pass very much. We could pass colonial exploitation, but there's no place we can colonize near us. We could get rid of migration controls. Freedom of conscience seems very difficult. I guess we would want a professional army. Let's make the transition if we can. How does undead infantry work? I don't know. I don't think we have any. Five offense, 10 defense, a whole ton of recovery rate. Oh, we do have 35 battalions. Necromancy, in whatever forms it takes, is a staple of evil tyrants or witch kings throughout history. The dead cannot break, cannot complain about orders, cannot starve or attrition, and they are weapons at the exclusive command of the mage controlling them. In modern age, however, they are weapons becoming increasingly obsolete. It'll take significant magical investments to render them effective in a rapidly changing world. We can look at our spells, and we have Undead Army. Each level gives extra offense and defense, but that's 6. Oh, it gives 3 per level. And we could just use this instead. On a much higher base rate. But if we have 5 levels of this, right? That's 15. That's still not going to be that great. This is going to be much better. Right? I guess this is offense and defense. But the line infantry is like... You know what we could do is we could start... Since this takes no time to swap, we could start the war, defend only, let them wood chipper themselves on us, because we have like plus a lot of defense, flat defense, and then when we're ready to push, swap to undead army. Something like that. We have, as a powerful lich, quite a lot of magic. Do we want ritualistic authority? Well, right now it's letting us be in a different legitimacy tier. But we could get birth rate instead. We're not really passing anything that's super important to us, but I guess it's kind of nice that we can just get a lot of enactment chance. So I kind of like where we're at, but okay. I assume cranking these up takes a lot. Yeah, it's 20 months. So let's crank up both of those. 100% recovery rate is pretty big. Is it? I know a lot of these military modifiers don't actually work the way they should. Due to millennias, our magical temple network is broke like a dam. A flood of spirits washed over this part of the continent, uprooting the old empire and allowing the Canorians, Europeans, to colonize survivors. Womp, womp. Fully pushed undead are as good as line infantry, but with 100% morale, otherwise they have worse stats, yeah. I think that that's a relic of the past. Our Lich Man, being over 1,000 years old, is maybe living in the past a little bit, eh? Okay. Looks like we do need food of a fruity kind. I imagine we're not going to find that underground. Where we, like, lost the plot. There we are. Okay, so... I don't think we have any gold potentials like that haven't fully expanded, so let's take a look at our PMs and make sure we're on the best. Good old C button for the hotkey. Seamless weave. Shout out to getting your hair done. Automata bakers. Very cool labor saving PM here. Is using the automata. I think that's neat. Alright, let's swap this stuff. Oh, we don't have silk. That's, if you don't have access to a market, like, the silk stuff's almost never good. Mithril supports. What's the base price of flawless metal? I mean, I have a hard time imagining this isn't worth. Just in terms of in the abstract. But, in practice, if we don't have it, it's almost certainly not worth, but let's see. Well, our tools price is 37, and this is just half that. We're going to produce 4 times as much, and it's going to de-peasant. So, yeah, it's pretty hard for that not to be worth. It will de-peasant the people. Small arms price 56, flawless metal. Yeah, those seem like really good trade-ups in terms of just making the PM stronger here. So we see quite a lot of power on this. I don't think we have a issue with magical reagents. It looks like it says this is more profitable. Our magical reagents price, I guess, is currently expensive. Okay, we'll do herb gardens. And then we could turn it into meat. Well, the meat price is 30. Magical reagents are going to go down to... They're already at 16. We're making double the meat? Alright. One thing about these overhaul mods is, like, you do have to, like, read the PMs again. So, Dame's tier is currently not being used in anything, so let's not use the PMs for it, eh? We lack atmospheric engine. Terrible. I don't know if we have glass production. For that? It looks like the prediction says, boy, does this price change. Magical bureaucrats, why would we want this? For more mages. A worse PM just to create more mages. Interesting. Cave coral. And then plant growth for more wood turning into... Looks like our regular wood is kind of expensive. So we could use the reagents here. So just generally it seems like the magical reagent PMs are good. Okay, so if we have multiple dwarven holds, are we going to get multiple of these? Can I ask how are you interested in Anbennar as a whole? Depending on the answer, I may or not proceed lore dump at regular intervals. I'm somewhat interested. I'm certainly interested in the context of this mod. Definitely for the course of the stream. I wouldn't say that Anbennar is like... Some people are just like all in on Anbennar. Like I know, like they're not like EU4 players, they're like Anbennar players. 3,000 years ago, precursor elves put the magic to the temples of the Hales and harnessed the power of the ancient spirits to create a storm barrier around the Inshaya. As one does. Please check the lead mines. Someone told me to check the lead mines as well before. I'm not sure we have lead mines, but I think that... Here. Light industries, heavy industries. I don't think we have a lot of heavy industries, and universities and government and infrastructure throughput. I imagine the urban industrial base is going to be the best. There's a lot of throughput available on light industries, just in general. And looks like we don't have stuff to do in the magical tower. Alright. But the hold seems to be the good one. Someone keeps telling us to check out the lead mines. They use slaves, they make lead, and what are we looking for, man? I'm not sure what we're looking for. Victory has high quality, low numbers seem way better. Yeah. But you can get a lot more advantage on a front. There is, like, in multiplayer, there's a strategy where you... Here, we could add a little bit more construction. In multiplayer, there's a strategy where you, what you do is you stack a whole bunch of... You kind of have two armies on one front, and one is entirely irregulars that are raised, and the only purpose of the irregulars don't actually get into combat once you have a big enough stack of other units, but what they do is they really push up the advantage, because advantage is based on numbers. So the thing that decides whether you get to roll offense or defense, and then you have just like kind of a regular army on the same front with them, and that army ends up doing all the battling. And so it is a bit of a thing. Siam02, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Do you know if there's a bug with market isolation? As Spain, I have a Singapore, a fully employed port and trade center, and enough convoys and infra, even if I put raid maintenance. I'm not sure. Lead poisoning? There's lead poisoning? You can make gold out of the lead mines? Oh, you can. Alchemy is real. Okay, I understand now. I understand. Hey Zero, how's it going? I understand. I'm picking up what you guys are putting down here. I guess we'll try and pass that later. I think we do want to get on the National Guard. But yeah, so the undead aspect of our army... The thing is, these guys might have really, really low maintenance, but they effectively let us roll offense more often, which is something we kind of want, I think. We just need more artillery. Or we could go more Lancers. Lancers actually just have a better stat line at this point. But... And part of the reason being... He is plus 10% offense and pretty good at getting surprise maneuver. Does Powerful Mage give anything? Not really. Not in combat, he doesn't. Looks like we have a shortage of Flawless Metal as well here. Do we not have... Oh, I was mistaking the Cave Coral for Flawless Metal. No, we have Mithril Mines. Alright. We might not have enough of it. Do some of that. Lancers, my beloved. Yeah. They do be better. They don't scale better, though. I really don't like building Lancers and then deleting Lancers later to rebuild the artillery. Because Shrapnel... Now we're cooking. How you doing, Tarkus? Goblin artillery is just shooting other goblins at the enemy? Isn't that implied? I feel like I've seen many a Magic the Gathering card where you fling goblins at another. Actually, fling is someone throwing a goblin, the art. I used to have an Ulash the Hate Seed commander deck, which, like, 5 of you are going to understand the reference. I guess we can't use it on all these things, so why don't we turn down the guns? Because we're obviously having a shortage. But yeah, one of the win conditions was just flinging, like, a 40 Ulash the Hate Seed at people. How bad is our shortage? We have 0 sell orders and 20 buy orders. Well, that's going to get resolved very quickly. Looks like we need, though, also... a bit more tools and small arms, too. Well, I guess small arms was not the thing to cancel. Let's do that, and then... We have a shortage because we don't have the Mithril. And they've fired people down. Alright, well, we're gonna have the Mithril in just a second here. So maybe that'll start fixing everything. Maybe it'll all get better. Let's build a couple of them. What's a good playthrough of this mod? I've never played it before. I do not know. I would probably... The smartest thing is probably to pick some top 10 nation that has content. Would you agree that SOL is affecting birth rate too much? I think other factors like urbanization, education, religion should have more influence, while SOL is having sectarian influence. Not really. That one might have been claimed. We are anticipating Sunlab claims. I don't think so. It didn't shake the house. Investment pool is a-growing. Glory to the Mighty Dak. How's the mod? Is it like Realms of X there? New buildings and resources? There are new buildings and resources, yeah. We haven't really gotten that deep into it yet. In terms of where the run is. We're still kind of getting our footing. Dak invites no one to his realm. Alright. That's why we have closed borders, baby. So we're gonna have that soon. That's kind of fixing itself. We don't get anything from floating the excess here. I wish we could spend more to get more magic categories, instead of we only can have one spell active. But I suppose what we'll do is we'll just upgrade. Like, we have enough magic for it. Bureau of Chains? Okay, okay, okay. Why didn't we play as the Bureau of Chains? Question for the audience. Hello, the Bureau of Chains called. They want to remind you about your your 5-year extended warranty. Do we have a formable? No. It's curious the mithril mines are not getting produced despite us having a shortage. Maybe we were supposed to open with Atmo Engine anyway. Looks like it's not spreading to us, so that works for us. Do we have... No universities. We need 2 for a journal. One does not live to 400 by bringing open to outsiders. True. Recently they installed an airport at the Daytona Speedway. Indeed they did. The magical edicts are really good. The migration spell gives 10% birth rate. Yeah, I mean, 10% is a lot. I guess, yeah, we probably don't need the authority right now, to be honest. Live for today, unleash the chaos. It is kicking us into a new tier of legitimacy, but like, birth rate's probably just better, isn't it? It probably is. I feel like it should take some time to... Oh, when we swap, it reduces this to 0. Okay, okay, okay. I see you. I see you. I get it. I get it. I understand. So we're gonna have to find out which ones we want then. We could swap instant, but it resets all of our stuff. Okay. Animal companionship, we are feeling lonely. Road shaper. Trade capacity is a strong modifier. Is it better than throughput? Well, the thing is we can't trade right now. Minus a ton of employees. How good is this? I mean, okay, if we're out of workers, I guess that's actually insane if we just get minus 50% required workers everywhere. But this is all in just rural stuff, isn't it? Yeah, so those are going to get gated eventually anyways. So I think it's the mine's throughput. Combat width. I do love me some mill goods cost. I do love me some mill goods cost. It's 5% per level, so it's minus 25%. But mill goods cost is never as good as much as I love it. How do we tell? Is there a terrain map mode? How flat is this? How flat are you? God, I feel like we've never checked this ever in the history of ever. Actually, like, I unironically don't know where to check to see if the land is flat. Because it doesn't, like, matter in Vic 3. Check the decrees menu. Those are in addition to institutional spells. Oh yeah, that's right. We have more sinks that we can spend our stuff on. Let's keep this going, but like actual just never checked. I mean, it looks mountainous. That's like not how games work, though. Can you only check when you're in battle? Is underground flat? Okay, no, that's Plains Centaur, not Plains Open. Alright. Why don't we make the RP choice in regards to our spell, and we'll just go Undead Army, right? This seems fine enough. And we'll just max invest in it. It's plus 15. So it gets up to 20. Just has a really fast recovery rate. Says 45. Alright, 50. We'll just go Undead. It'll be themey. Probably not very good. Dwarf holds are really not flat. You're inside a mountain, so I doubt it. Maybe look at the information tab of the state. That's so crazy that I don't know where to check this. Like, and like, it doesn't feel like something I've forgotten. It feels like something I've like just not known. How flat is the serpent? Serpent spine is convenient spanning Himalaya equivalent. You can't convert from undead either, so keep that in mind. I am keeping. Yeah, I'm aware that this is gonna fall off and just be kind of bad later, but we could also just delete. Right? It's construction. No way Dak is still around. No way Dak is going down. You mean? Put some respect on that name. Mods, can we time this guy out for a minute? Put some respect on that name. Isn't it a map mode? That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, isn't there like a map mode for like... And then I don't see it. It's actually just like... The, like, terrain and the territory matter so much in, like, EU5, and, like, coming from playing, like, just hundreds of hours of EU5, and then, like, dropping in and being like, oh, this doesn't... I can't even look at this, I don't even know how to look it up. 1 minute timeout? Yeah, got him. He didn't deserve it. Free the chatter. What do you do when you're supposed to mod the moderators? So I guess we need this and then the hold is what we want eventually. Oh, we're not even recognized. Womp womp. Okay, so they each have 110k and can get 30 conscripts. So this is going to be 50, 65, so we could easily split off just like a 30 stack of line infantry to hold the line against one. But why don't we do like 30 and 10? Well, actually... We could just do 40 of line infantry. The line infantry really just only have the defense, and if we're just not pushing with them, it kind of doesn't matter, does it? And we'll use our good guy at doing that. So the plan is we're going to push one side, and then the other we're just going to only defend on. We're actually just going to defend on both sides initially. So this guy probably needs more. Yeah, he probably needs more. We probably need at least a 50 stack of line infantry. Okay, so we're kind of got what we want in terms of when we eventually get there. Yeah, the same realization when I saw all the flat bonuses. We still need roads map mode, they said back in 1.5. Roads map mode? Well, we need the map point. The point is that the game isn't military after all. I'll never be mad. I'll never be... never not be mad, I assume, instead of bad, at the dev team. See Twitch chat, please? What do you mean? I'm seeing it. Glory to the mighty oak, one does not live to 400 by being open to outsiders. God bless. I'm not sure what you want me to be looking at. I'm back and I love the almighty glorious ruler Dak. Good, 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 good. I'm glad we understand what type of place we run in here. No bot or goblin has ever lived or died. Isn't he a lich? Indeed. Both the life and unlife of him has been a glorious affair. Is that one of the people we would have had to fight? No, right? No, we gotta fight this guy and this guy when we do fight. Terrain matters a lot in Vicky 3, it's just surprisingly non-visible. I don't know if terrain matters a lot, because I've never, in Vicky, I feel like I don't ever get the feeling like, wow, I don't know why I'm losing this battle all the time. It's like, wow, I just have more guys than them because I have a bigger economy, so boop. Like, yeah. Dakocracy, you might say. That's right. Technically, my understanding is, Kim Jong-un, I think that's the right Kim Jong, father of Kim Jong-il, is still technically the leader of North Korea, making it the world's only necrocracy. It's ruled by the dead, and the dead keep it. You cannot get out. Wait, is that the right... He's coming... Oh no, yeah, no, right series, wrong... We cannot get out is a different reference of Lord of the Rings. They're all blurring together. Okay. Let's see what we can do in terms of decrees for the mage decrees. Mines throughput is probably reasonably good for us. Where do we have a lot of mines? Well, we know where we have the... We maybe want throughput where we have the mithril. Looks like we're not running a shortage, so probably where we have the gold then, right? Can we not back button our way into that? Alright, I guess we can. Dangerous dungeon. Whoa, what's this? It makes gold. It takes arms. It has a lot of mortality. And we can't do anything about it. Okay, okay. That's fair. That seems reasonable. Especially if you synergize it with general traits. I know you can synergize it with, like, general traits, and, like, then it kind of matters, but, like... I feel like... Is the Gabo Mill as bad as it is in the E4? Good to know, because there's more guns. There's a magical degree for gold mines, specialized divination. Yeah, we just don't have... There's magical... Oh! You're right. General divination versus specialized divination. Yeah, let's do this. Economies of scale, brother. Deposit divination. Does it take a while to ramp up? I don't remember decrees taking a while to ramp up, but okay. I guess we are not really... We did say we woo, we didn't say we woo. We did say we would pass this. And then... I think we're not really in a hurry to pass laws, to be honest. So why don't we tax some of the luxes? Let's do this. And so since we're making money, we're not recognized, so we have to keep that in mind, but our investment pool is absolutely cranking up, so we do want to add construction if we can, and then just idle it. Why don't we do something like this? So just have a little bit of delay to give us a little bit of buffer, and then we build the construction sector, and then we idle again. It's an output bonus, not a throughput bonus. Oh, baby. Time to pump 1,000 more hours into Vicky, Mr. General. We're getting close to we're getting close to 4,000 hours. Cops, you seem a bit rusty. I am a bit rusty. You should see me in EU5, though. I absolutely fly. What happens if we build a trade center? I mean, we're not connected to the world market, but we're working on it. I don't understand why we would want... Okay, I understand. It creates more magical expertise. I was gonna say why we would want that PM that just looks less efficient, but it creates more. Opium, hell yeah, brother. I can see why you're smiling, my friend. Why have grain when you can have opium? I think you need airships. You got any mithril? We do got some mithril, dog. Mithril's in here. Not a lot. So, I mean, the PMs just generally seem cracked. I guess the idea is that the resource itself is kind of rare. We might have to eventually use a mage decree there. Are we supposed to add construction here? Or are we supposed to add... I think we're supposed to add construction. I guess I won't even finish that. I was thinking, or are we supposed to add universities? Whoa! What were those vacancies about? Did someone die working in the university? A dangerous and sordid affair, perhaps. National Guard will also give us a little bit more conscripts. I don't think we win this fight yet. But maybe the AI's bad enough? I mean, we're gonna go up to Undead Army level 3 soon here. We do need some more magical stuff. Magic juice. Maybe we'll add one of those at the end here. Honestly, we know that that's not going to do anything, so let's not. Or I'm pretty sure it doesn't do anything. I kind of wish I knew if we win this fight yet or not, but yeah. It does seem like we don't have a land connection anywhere else. Do we have a land connection to this guy? I think this is all in the mountain. I don't know how this works. I mean, this looks not in the mountain, but I'm not sure. 200% academic mortality on the magical universities? Oh, does it really? I didn't even notice that. Okay. Anyways, taught me anything. Is that magical academies? You have to do a tournament. People must die for the sake of magic. Magic. Well, what's to prevent us from expanding this way? God, this is one of those... We're gonna take a save. I'm pretty sure we can't just go up. We do have a connection to them? Alright, then I think we're gonna subjugate them. Battle Mage Academies? Hell yeah, brother. Oh my god, my brain. You're just like, why is nothing happening? Brother forgot to unpause. You have Dwarven Road and a cavern that borders him? Well, I see the Dwarven Road in here. And we have a... I mean, like... Yeah, I just don't know if... Okay, yeah, that's probably just adjacent. I just don't... Okay. It feels like we're underground, you know? If that makes sense. It feels like attacking someone not underground without there being a really obvious, like, a way out is incorrect. Or something like this. But okay. Looks like no one's gonna side with us. Some people might side with him. Are these people big? Nobody big. Nobody big is siding with anyone. Hey, thank you for the 2 USD. Wait, I thought you meant the guy to the west. No, no, no. I meant this guy. I'm assuming we can't attack this guy. That was my assumption. There's an Anbennar soundtrack as well. Only a couple songs, you should put them on. I think I shouldn't, because I don't know if they're copyrighted. I will actually disable them. A lot of mods use soundtracks that get me DMCA striked, and then I have to mute the video. I guess we could just load if we can't do anything here. I don't think you boarded the guy to the north. We need to dig deeper. Okay, I didn't think we boarded the guy to the north either. I thought we were just east-west only. Or like, the only thing we could get to is this guy and this guy, so we have to do that. And like, we need something where like this... Like, see, this just connects over here. And so I was thinking that like, we're basically inside of like a massive tunnel, and you need to be at the end of the tunnel where like this touches like the way out, right? So like this is the way you get out to the surface, and before we do that we can't do anything on the surface, right? Something like that. Rock and stone, they're custom made. If I get DMCA'd, I'm gonna be big sad. Gonna be big sad. I shouldn't. I've been told by viewers that it's like, no, you can use that music, and I can't use that music. Add a bit more construction. I know that cavalry's better, but the cannons will be better eventually, and I am gonna forget to upgrade them. You can go south as your capital is an opening? Okay, you're right, it is. These guys are kind of big. But okay. calling the copyright police right now. No, I can hear him outside. Not like this. Most sections have one exit out from the mountain. There's no easy way to tell which ones. If you get DMCA'd, we buy EU5 using Generalist, code Generalist in all caps at the Paradox Interactive store for a 0% discount. That's right. It does send 12% of the sale my way. Excellent way if you want to support the channel and are going to buy the game anyways for full price. But make sure that it is the same price for you on Steam as it is online, which it is if you're USD, but not necessarily for all currencies. I mean, our GDP is going up. Do we really care about anything else? How cordial are we? We have a defense pact with this guy. That feels maybe a little icky if we're trying to play. God, that's so much. We have return state CBs, though. Okay. Well, we can't beat the three of them, and that guy to the north is a subject, is he not? Oh, he's not. So we went for this. What does that look like? That looks like minus 54. We should be okay to go for that, actually. We actually might even be able to fight it at this point anyways, just with superior bone structure. I mean, how could you say no to a face like this? Okay, so we go for this. And then we try and get a hold, maybe? So we get the road and then the hold? I think that it's gonna get, the infamy is gonna get really high really fast here, though. Alright. Oh, we can sway too. Holy's. I don't know why I thought one was a subject of the other. The Sun Elves ride to war. Can you annex the guys to the north? We can try. We can't full annex. And then I think what we're gonna do is we have 35 and then 65. So we're gonna put in 30 of these. There's 15. There's 20. There's 25. There's 30. What do people want to sway for anyways? War goals? Regime change? Oh, hell yeah, brother. We don't have to pay the infamy for this, right? I think we don't pay the infamy on this. Pretty sure. Oh, we we can liberate the holds. Alright, so we're gonna need the path. Wow, the path is 25 infamy. Holy! Why is everything so expensive? So they did change the population target, like, in terms of the infamy from, like, 1.6 to 1.5 for hitting the ceiling. So now you hit infamy ceiling with a lot less pops. Everything just costs more infamy. Can anyone even cut you down to size? No one borders you in the mountains? I mean, I think we're gonna fight here and then turn around and fight here. So I think we're kind of okay on the infamy generation side of things. I think we're gonna try and improve relations with this guy, but these guys are protective towards us, so... I think we could just juggle back and forth and kind of stay around 25 infamy and just take back and forth seas. I guess we're better off liberating that. To deny them it. Infamy cheese is very much a thing in the Serpent Spine. Theme song going hard? Hell yeah. We try and go hard in the paint. It actually does go hard. I'm like, look, I like the Victoria 3 soundtrack. Brother, I've heard it for 3,000 hours. Or even more than 3,000. 3,000's underselling the amount of time. So... I think we could maybe up the speed a little. Get this show on the road. We blunder our way into our first battle. Okay, okay, okay. But it looks like we have more dudes. So it's not gonna matter. And way more offense. Ooh, baby, look at that. Taste targeting it. That's a Magic the Gathering joke. You're okay with the Goblin Necromancer living in the caves, but God forbid they expanded those caves, basically. Not fully in love with how the Serpent Spine looks in the mod. Yay. That might be a little bit of a limitation. That is, kind of how it goes, how that cookie crumbles. We're exhausted? Yeah, dude, you've been around for 400 years. No wonder you'd be exhausted. Surprise! I'm not exhausted anymore. Just kidding. We're gonna get out of here. Controlled retreat. Ugh. A lot of small arms need. Can't enforce them below 0, because we don't have stuff for the regime change. We're maybe a little bit over mobilized for this. I think we win pretty handily, but just ending the war faster is nice too. In EU4, is it just like a single lane corridor with like no maneuvering? Hello, I bring word from the Anbennar Discord. The musicians for the 2 are fine with it being played on stream. Well, it matters, like, not just if they're personally okay with it, but if they have set up to DMCA people automatically on YouTube. But that is relief. That is something that we care about. Yikes. God. We, like, don't pay attention for, like, 1 minute. And now we're, like, super in bad shape. Let's get rid of these. How are we gonna get money back? Goods for military buildings is gonna go away. Yeah, alright. Let's actually demobilize these guys. I wonder what goods... There we go. Alright, so now we can get out from under this. We took that little snippet of land. Oh, it was 14 infamy for returning a split state. Oh, but we decayed so fast. It feels like. We could turn around and fight this guy. I don't want to eat. I want to get a little of this debt gotten rid of first. I don't want to spiral. I don't want to crash out, okay? So we're going to be a little bit conservative with that. I think we're kind of doing fine spinning up the eco. And the extra terrain is not going to help that much. I wonder if we discriminate against a bunch of the people in here. Whoa, cave troll. Brother, I didn't realize we were treating you people so poorly. The EU4 map's the same, where the wasteland there's impossible terrain here. What did we take from the war? Just one location. And liberating this here. A relatively conservative kind of approach here. We're gonna come over here and take this hold, I think, as our next war. But we should just be able to, like, turn around and fight him again sometime soon. The real problem is we're unrecognized. But this guy, we have return state CBs. So... we have 3. So if we do this, it's only 9 infamy. But the thing is, this guy is very likely to side against us. You know what we should have done is, while that guy was on the side of us in the war, we should have declared the other war. That was actually a little bit of a mistake. That would have gone hard. Because this guy, the problem is this guy sides against us if we deck. Dragon Command? Oh, that sounds like a real country, right? If people, like, named countries today, they would name it stuff like that. Or, but a democracy or democratic or republic would be in there. The Republic of Dragons Command. The Democratic Republic of Dragons Command. Are you dwarves? No, we're not dwarves. We are one goblin undead. Lich. If I didn't know that EU4 Serpent Spine map by heart, I wouldn't have the patience to play there in Vicky. Yeah. We are inside of a cave, doing cave-like things. Which is ratting up and ecoing out. Chat, was that a car or a motorcycle? We're testing chat today. End of renewable Dame Star. No! Yikes. I mean, I don't want to stop the engines of progress. You'll all have to tolerate this. You're in a hold, which is actually just a deep megacity. Neither was a helicopter. That's a strong answer. It's not true. Sound like air siren? It's a dude running. Cycle. Motorcycle. 4-cylinder. Someone's getting specific. You guys are confident it's a motorcycle. Now you're having me questioning my ear. I was pretty sure that was a car. But the unanimous motorcycles got me thinking. Maybe I've lost my ear. Maybe I've lost my knack for being able to tell. We've heard a lot of these over the years. It's the guys the cops are chasing. Yeah, he's just going in circles. Almost out from underneath the interest. Interest payments are real expensive, though. Yeah, we definitely, as an unrecognized power, we definitely got that, let that get a little bit too out of control. And even now, like, pulling back from it's actually just very painful. We'll have to remember that this just gets really expensive. We can embargo these brothers, considering we don't even trade. You know what? We're gonna change our spell, too. I kind of like the idea of minus mill goods cost here. Because that's what actually was crushing us. Military bureaucrats. Just a different version of hereditary. Let's try and actually pass useful laws, eh? Alright, doing a little bit better at the money. Still want to clear out the debt. Our GDP is kind of getting high. You know what we can do is we can nationalize, or we can privatize everything, and that'll actually clear out debt. And long term, we want this privatized anyways, but we just want to not be paying the interest. It's like really going in the wrong direction. So even though, if the bug is still in, it makes, so if the double reinvestment juice is not in, which is a bug, we actually should be privatizing anyways. And if it is in, you're supposed to privatize like around 40 million or something. I forget exactly what the numbers are with the bug. But considering this would bring us or help us to stop paying interest payments, I think it's fine. We can nationalize the dangerous dungeons. Why don't we privatize them? Restored train. And then we will dare to add a motor industry building to solve that. But that should take a chunk out of the line of credit as we finish any building. I should have checked what it was before. As we finish any building, so I guess this has to finish, or one of those finished and this kind of span down, right? Yeah, we're paying way less in interest. So by us selling out a whole bunch of buildings, we are paying a lot less in interest, and so that's gonna help us out. Down with that nation. Loud car bias. Do you even trade, bro? Not like this. Get rid of the serfdom. All undead equal under the law. Zero infamy. We need a war. Yeah, we kind of do. The problem is we can only declare on 2 people, and if we deck on this guy, this guy joins. So I don't know what we're supposed to do here, because we can deck on this guy. I guess we damage relations with this guy to open up another front. It's not like we have a lot of options, and I do think that we have a truce here. And I don't think we can truce break, so unless I'm grossly mistaken, we just functionally don't have any wars we can declare. Very cool serpent spine thing though, because like you could conquer through here, but like all this is brick, and then you could conquer like through here, and so like it's gaps as well for the people in the north and the south. Here's another gap. Here's another gap. Very cool. Alright, so we'll let that idle. but we're almost cleared out. Down to 1 million credit from like 2 million-ish. A lot from just selling off the buildings. Peasantry rebranded. Also, when we get on interventionism, things will get a little bit better. We didn't even look at companies yet. Have they done anything cool with companies? I'm guessing it's gonna be no. They do have generic for the farms of the underground variety. Attainable companies. Oh, looks like there are some unique companies. Potential in the amethyst pocket. What do we need here? Extra resource discovery chance. We get oil. We can add iron. What do we need? Probably more gold mines. We need pump jacks. Okay, that's not happening anytime soon. A lot of generics. Generic steel. Oh, this might be unique for us. Loyalist from High Legitimacy. I don't think that's a vanilla one. So, not seeing any special tool companies for us, any unique companies. I think we're just going to go with tools, because we can establish it right now. And I think that's... I think prestige tools, considering how much mining we have going on, prestige tools are going to kind of serve us well here. We're almost to the point. We're just 300k in credit. Almost there. Nine months left, so we're almost done with the truce. We should have taken more infamy last war. We're the toll booth? Oh yeah, brother. Kind of. Still amicable with these guys. Oh wait. It's gonna take forever to get negative. These guys are only plus 41, but they're still almost certainly going to join with them. Unless we think we can fight both of those guys. I don't think we can, though. $200 guys, 100 battalion, or 100 conscripts. I don't know about that. That seems suspect. That seems suspect. I don't remember that event. Alright, so now we can add construction, or we can take control of some of the queue. I think we're just going to prefer to add construction, generally. We're running into infra issues. We don't have railways yet, so that is going to be a little bit unfortunate. We do have some iron here, too, so why don't we add a little bit here. And we'll get this on auto-expand as well. Just starting to pick up the queue a little bit. And minus 5k is fine. Especially because these buildings will privatize off, so we won't actually be losing money here. I haven't played Vic 3 in quite some time. Can someone tell me where they put the map mode for seeing potential iron mines? You just find an iron, or find iron anywhere. And then click iron here. And then, oh... yeah, it's over to here. I forgot that they moved it. But here it is. Expel diplomats. You're so right, bestie. Except for 9 months is, like, pretty short. So we're gonna pick up infamy here. I guess we could expel. If you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it, I suppose. What we should do is we should just break... we should just break this treaty. We're bound for 3 years. Blah. Blah. I didn't even read that. I probably should have. Gaining a little bit of money, but not. Okay. Railroads are just for your caves, and check out Mappy on your road provinces. The Mappy is generally... I don't remember seeing Mappy bonuses. Oh, they do have a bunch of Mappy. It seemed like we wanted to build in our dwarf holds, though. Not on the roads. Seemed a little... The resources are in the mines. I hope at some point they make it so having 0 for me gives some modifiers that would be worth losing and shutting off. Yeah, I actually don't like playing the high infamy playstyle just in general. And so... a little bit frustrating. Alright, so these guys we shouldn't get joined against. And you know what? Maybe we'll be able to get the other guy to join with us. I think we'll only mobilize this. And we won't even raise the conscripts. But we shouldn't get as bricked on the money, considering we swapped over our magic to be giving us minus Milga's cost. So we should be kind of okay here. And then... looks like we can't invite. That's unfortunate. If we could invite, that would be much better. We're gonna go for the Western Jade Road. I don't know if we want to make this primary. 13 infamy to make it primary, we're not. If he backs down, we get refunded most of it. This guy breaks the treaty, hell yeah. So we'll be able to attack him soon. This is all quite a lot of infamy. Is there actually... we have 60 maneuvers. So what we could do is we could add a liberate, and we could make it primary. To make him less likely to back down. And if he backs down, then he loses another hold. Tragic. No! No! Not the suffering. Not the suffering of our people. No, no. Oh, no. Maybe we're supposed to swap on a monarchy. Why do we like magocracy? Magical expertise efficiency, I guess. It's kind of a vibe. Subjecthood, we're supposed to stay on for the RP. We could go total separation, though. Juice up the Intelligentsia. It's open. Return states CB? I don't think we had return state CB on this guy. We had it on this guy over here. I don't think we had it here. We don't have a claim there. We have claims over here. But the problem is we can't fight that guy's ally. Or his projected ally, so... it's too much. I suppose after this we will go for... railways? Goblin Shamanic Traditionalist Movement. We already have the laws you want, my guy. How bad is this movement? It's pretty militant. We could just not do total separation. Let's actually not do total separation. Let's just do the freedom of conscience. Wait, what? That's a little bit of silliness. We needed to wait a tick. I think we have like a liberal movement, and the liberal movement was appeased, so it didn't add juice to the thing. God, that's so stupid. Alright. Well, it is what it is, I guess. Technically, we can make like treaties, right, to get money. We can't trade goods at this point. We agreed not to subvention or tariff anything. We shouldn't be able to because we can't even trade, but yeah, looks like we can. That debate went nowhere. It did go nowhere. With 2 techs, the roads have 100% mappy. I think the holds are 92% mappy at the same tech level if you specialize trade hold. Which hold did we... I think we... What hold did we use? Ooh, more dangerous dungeon. Quarantine dungeon. Oh, the dangerous dungeons turned into quarantine ones? Brother, that's so cool. So you discover them and then the things... Alright, alright, alright. Oh, Kurt. I see you. We're gonna need steel in here. Running out of money. So we do have to get this one toasted up quick. I think that's our only steel mine, so this should work out. Once this finishes, God, we have so much investment pool. Relic dig site. And so now we can go after these guys too. I don't think we can afford another university, to be honest. You always have to click yes. I mean, you don't have to click yes, but... Extra innovation? Alright, sure. Forgot. I feel like I wanted to change PM, but I forgot what it was. But okay, we have conquered a little bit more of the Dwarf Road. Hopefully that's not too long in incorporation. 5 years, okay. We'll do some of that action. If dangerous dungeons pop up, adventurers go in with small arms and strip them of all their gold, then they no longer become quarantined and you no longer get minting from them. Very flavorful. I agree. What tips would you give a person who hasn't played Vic 3 since release? Since release? Jesus. Well, how much did you play on release, I guess? I mean, in general, for people who are more beginners, I would generally direct them to my Spain beginner tutorial series. But just kind of understanding how prices affect the profitability of buildings and understanding that buildings are one of your main levers other than politics for affecting things. And so kind of setting things up in a way that is smart will yield benefits, but then also being able to navigate the politics well is like also important. But what tips? I'm assuming you're asking for Anbennar specifically, and I don't know what the balance looks like for Anbennar. Building a lot of wood is good. I guess when in doubt, here's what you can do is you can look at what the construction sectors use as their inputs and build a lot of that stuff until it's not very profitable. And what you also want to do here is, and so this includes this stuff as well, you also want to build construction sectors where you can produce this stuff, because vertical integration matters. What quick tips could we give? I guess if you played a lot on release, trade is the biggest thing that's changed, and now it's like largely automated. We don't have access to trade though, so it's kind of hard for us to show stuff. We're gonna get access to trade with commercial airships, we hope. If we can use those commercial airships underground, which, to be fair, we shouldn't be able to, but here we are. Who tributary you, dog? 55 infamy. What the hell? Infamy's so expensive. We also have like everyone and their mother joining them, so that looks like that's not really an option for us. Modern Sewage gives a second PM for holds. You start with 3 options each. Those get 3 options. Urban, trade for Mappy. 120 hours. 120 hours. Yeah, the trade is pretty strong. Trying to think what we would tell someone who has 120 hours from release what to do. God, the thing is there's so many interlocking systems, it's kind of just like acquiring knowledge in a bunch of different areas. Should I make tributary or annex country? Well, it's generally less infamy to tributary and then annex after, and so that's going to generally be preferable because you're trying to min-max on how much stuff you can take for the same amount of infamy. There were so many pops in Anbennar, this thing in EU4 as well, development was just way higher in vanilla, so high infamy everywhere, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's feeling like, well, we could run a whole campaign and not really, like, blob out to, like, infinite, just because the infamy costs, I think, are probably a little bit high for this mod. Or just, like, in terms of pacing, like, where we can expand, but maybe that's WOD? I don't know. I kind of don't like the little bug we encountered where we just got insta-bricked on, the thing. Let's maybe try and get to landed voting. So we can get to technocracy. Who likes technocracy? The bourgeoisie. We slot them in? Why? Because you're a Democrat. We don't like that. Jarak Kiran? Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. I'm not sure. Is this the mighty Dark Lich? Indeed it is. Indeed it is. We are playing the Lich Master himself. And we are considering the situation. I'm trying to remember the fastest way onto tech, or like, what's the least friction way onto technocracy? Here's the thing. A lot of people won't want to move from voting onto technocracy, but I think the lateral movement from oligarchy to technocracy is one a lot of people are okay with. The industrialists will hate that, though. We want onto technocracy from the extra law. And the industrialists like technocracy, but they probably don't like it as much as oligarchy. I think we try and get on interventionism. The industrialists. Yeah. I mean, we might have to go landed voting just for the clout situation. God, that would kind of suck. Landed voting or oligarchy. I mean, maybe we just need to build more stuff. I mean, we can't use the magic to fix our stuff. We can go for some of this, or even enactment chance, but this would allow us to pass some laws that currently we cannot. We would just get less pop growth, but... this would allow us to change our government up a bit, like this. And then we could try to go for interventionism. I don't think it'll be that successful. We don't have the tech required for technocracy anyways. Let's just take a swing and a miss at interventionism, eh? I don't think we get this through, but sometimes you can just uber high roll some of the things. And we do have extra authority, so I think we're gonna tax reagents. Are these a luxury good? Who's eating the reagents? The lower classes. Okay. I think the upper class is the sugar eaters, so that'll help with the budget a little bit here. Do I get to build in your tributary? You can. I played DAC for a bit and got 200 million pops from just using birth rate edicts. I didn't expand at all. That'll do it. It makes magic spells give up to 25% infamy decay way more important. Oh, that's true. That's true. Big true. I have a feeling we're gonna... Ooh, that's not what we wanted to do. Oh, hopefully we didn't brick. I knew that was a misclick. Did we brick all of our... No, we didn't brick all of it. We bricked some levels. That's interesting. I don't think we need to damage relations with these guys anymore. One problem is also that we're just unrecognized, so we can look at what we need here. Just generally, it's like becoming educated in this type of stuff. GDP top 10, GDP per capita top 20, standard of living top 20, literacy above 40, voting rights, offer embassies active. Let's improve relations with these guys, because we know that they can give us an embassy. Plus 11k. Add a little bit of construction here. What do we think, chat? Car or motorcycle? I'll give you a hint, it's a trick question. Well, you had me doubting like last time, my ear. Now I feel like I have to check. Okay, we can tributary for 14. Or annex for 35. I think we take a tributary, take it slow. Keep things lean. Especially if that might happen. Especially if that might happen. Well, that is a little tempting to go for the annex here. The reason why is we want to fight these guys, but we want to fight them without these guys helping them. Yep. If we annex, they're almost never going to back down. We kind of don't want to annex them outright, because that's a lot of infamy. But if we annex, they almost never back down. And then we could get all of our return state CBs in on them. So I think we're going to take a save, just in case things get really weird. And go for it. It was a car, it was a boat, both. Boat's a good one. Boat's a good guess. Boat is a strong guess. I like that. I wonder if... Conquer State just has to be the same amount of infamy, right? Yeah. We're just checking if Annex is not the correct one. The correct answer was it was a convoy of motorcycles. If we get 35 infamy and we just have just this one more, or just this fight, then I guess that's fine as well. That's what we were looking for. What we were looking for. Now, we don't want to enforce on this guy too early. Because if we enforce on him too early, we will not be able to necessarily enforce on the other guy. But it looks like he got war goals on us, so that is going to be kind of working fine for us. Legitimacy, happy to see us get that legitimacy there, because that'll help out. Now I think we could just switch the spells back to Unleash Chaos. And now with the extra 30 coming in our way over here, because we're just having the 20 stack there to defend, we should be able to raise another 30 conscripts. I don't know if we want to go for 30 more conscripts though. It's gonna get real expensive real fast. And I think we could fight it without them. So we're gonna try and chill on this one. For whatever reason we can't sway this guy. Oh, hostile relations. Okay. Okay, my guy. But we'll go for all of our return states. And we're not expecting a back down. So, 66 infamy. Quite a lot. We're not advantaged on this front. Kind of thinking of adding... I wonder if the undead just have generally really low maintenance. Upkeep's kind of low. Yeah, well... Actually, it might be more expensive than the other ones. I think let's go for... I think that's a little bit shy of the... Yeah, it's 5 shy of the... So that's 60. Perfectly balanced. And we get our little push off. Just trying to push into us. Wait, why are we pushing? No, he's pushing into us there. Pushing into us here, and he's actually making progress because we don't have a general there. So we need to suck another general. We're going to get this defensive strategy, so we're going to put him on adamant defense. And then I think we're going to recruit this other offensive planner. Put these two guys on heroic charges. I feel like heroic charges and spell barrage aren't normal ones. 25% offense. Extra morale damage. We don't necessarily want extra blunder chance. Heroic. Clearly the hero of this story is in fact Mr. Dak. I love the undead infantry icon. It does look cute. The Grand Army of Dak. So we are getting through here pretty quickly. And over here, nothing. Just nothing. Just chilling. Nothing doing. Nothing happening. Why is there a floating face here? We don't zoom in very often. Because we were on low settings before, so like why bother? But bro, those are some encampments. Some rough terrain. Making some quick forward progress here, which is nice because this war is expensive for us. When we go into debt, it's pretty bad, considering interest is just like untenable for unrecognized powers, and we are him. We are unrecognized. The ghost of the damned, indeed. Not the spaghetti. We got spagooted, chat. We got spagooted. We don't want to promote the landowner dudes. Not the spaghetti. Something about mom's spaghetti. It's not looking good for us. Maybe we should have used the magic for our law passing to push through interventionism. Probably should have. Let's hope there's no serpent rot for this for his sake. Oh no, is that how he eventually dies? Looks like we do have tech unlock here, though, of airships. Airship tower. Now, someone said we would get access to the market, but here I unfortunately think there's a bit of an issue. I think that they are wrong. Because it doesn't necessarily make sense you can build airships underground. So all of our research was for naught. What cargo terminals? I think if we get access to one outside place, I don't know if this is one of our war goals, if North Raren is a war goal, but that does appear to be outside. So if we get access to one outside place, like this, then I think we can connect to the world market. So we might be in okay shape. Maybe. Maybe. Well, this is the only place where we have negative tax and infrastructure, so let's go there. It's a skyscraper, same procedure. It's a skyscraper. Same procedure, as in we need to survey an airship tower site. Alright. Same procedure, he says. Hul az Kazuls counts as being outside. Hul al Kazul? Is that our capital? Okay. Now all these guys will shift over. Wow, do they not automatically assign to the other front? No, they don't? Alright, fair. And then we'll finish up these guys. And with that, finish up the war. Oh, it does function the same way. Minus 480. Big yikes. Oh. That's so much bureaucracy for us to pay for right now. We could probably cheese it. Oh, it's not that long. It's not that long. This is fine. This is fine. We're okay. We're okay. We're just gonna eat minus 50k for forever. Oh, wait. No, is military goods doing that? Wow. Or do we get a bunch of money from that? Let's not do that right now, huh? do we get a bunch of money from this somehow? Dwarven hold 3 out of 1. I like the way you roll, my friend. Yeah, maybe let's do light industries, sure. I like the way you roll, AI. I like the way you do business. I wonder if we can actually employ up here because of discrimination reasons. I think that actually we are in pretty good shape from the discrimination perspective because we are on subjecthood. So seems pretty good for employing people up because of the acceptance from homeland. Ah, sunlight! No! Scout a location that build for lots of construction. Okay. So once the skyscraper's finished, then we'll integrate that other place. And we're probably just in chill mode. Man, the decay seems real fast, though. Maybe the decay is faster than normal. And that's the way they approached it. So you're gonna have vulnerable spots when you just go to spike to super high infamy. And just try and stay under 100. Something like this, maybe? We can tributary this guy now. 77 infamy. That's not too bad, I guess. Compared to, like, I don't know, what we're having to do. I guess we could try and pass religious schools. It's not terrible. This is not really going that well, so... it do be what it is. Look around what else is going on. There's more battles between... I know Laurent is a big nation. They're the #1 GP right now. They're magisterial. Looks like they own quite a bit of overseas GDP. I wish this was represented as a percentage of your GDP. We don't even own all of our GDP. We can nationalize the stuff if we want to, though. Looks like we can afford quite a bit more construction, so I think we're gonna go for it. Let's sort by upkeep. The new place. Looking hot. Let's add 4 construction sectors there. Let it rip. Interventionism's just not gonna happen. We knew it wasn't gonna happen anyways, chat. You can always cheese it, but... just don't feel like a rolling that way. Here we could assign also much more legitimate government, I think. A slightly more legitimate government, I think. How are we doing on radicals? We got quite a bit. Airship tower survey site identified. Lay the foundations. We're gonna take this one. The bonuses on the trade unions are way better, but these guys are just marginalized for eternity, so 5 years, that's not gonna matter. Can we check the cultural map? Lawrence is like France? Alright. Here's the cultural map mode. Looks like we are getting, you know, speaking of what we got with some of these, we're having national awakenings going on too for some of these pops here. So maybe slow down as we kind of take a look around the rest of the map. Got the orc people realizing that they are in fact people. It has to be like one of the most like racist ways of putting it, right? Because people refers to humans. They're not beasts, they're people. There's a neuroscientist by the name of Gregory Burns, who I've not seen or read the entirety of his argument. Oh, cave troll. Gold dwarf people. But he makes the argument that in order to be worthy of moral consideration, you need personhood, but also that dogs have personhood. So he constructs a definition for personhood, and he argues that dogs fit the qualifications. Conceptually, it's a bit interesting, but I haven't read the actual argument. Steel scale kobold. Look at that guy, looking dapper. Who are you to say he's not a handsome man? You, of course, would say he's not a man, but a kobold. True. He is certainly a male kobold. Well, actually, I guess I don't really know. It's not my area of expertise. Investment pool is still kind of getting out of control. We're going to finish the one construction sector, and then we're going to kind of be on our way here. Oh, that's why it was so cheap elsewhere, because it wasn't using all the right spells. Alright. I don't know if we can afford to lose money this fast. We got so much negative construction efficiency there, but it was cheaper upkeep. I don't know. We maybe made a mistake there. But it's going to be really nice gaining access to the world market. I'm pretty sure we have some, like, really messed up prices, so... yeah, we have some prices that are not very happy prices. So... like, I don't think we have any sulfur. What did we turn on that used sulfur? Wait, what? Oh, we have a shortage, but we have 0 production and consumption. Okay, fair. It do be like that sometimes. We have yet to discover... oh no, we have alchemy discovered. Alright, let's go alchemy. Alchemy it up. We are in a huge deficit of magic. I don't know what that does to us, but okay. We have some of those split. We'll integrate this new land here. We could probably reduce the number of government admins we have here. Jesus. How many people are here? 2.9 million. Why do we have... the AI just like shits the bed here or something? Well, we're gonna like really run into it in like a second if we keep this up, so let's do this. So that when it increases, it doesn't take a lot of construction. Munjater, thank you for the follow, big nice. Yeah. A car has 4 wheels, a pair of motorcycle also has 4 wheels, a pair of motorcycles is a car. Who are you who is so wise in the ways of science? This man clearly understands his stuff. Alright, we're losing money at a pace we can't. We want the queue to clear out. I think we probably take that iron mine off auto expand, yeah? I think we maybe are done with that. Done flirting with losing money like that. Hi mate, watch your most recent Vicky 3 YouTube videos. Do you ever do multiplayer lobbies? Not that often. I used to do 3v3v3, community multiplayer a little bit, but I haven't really done anything recently. How does Undead Army work in Vic 3? Well, it doesn't die. No, the mechanic that like they have for simulating its undead, I think is just the 100% recovery rate, and the upkeep is in meat. and magic, which makes sense. I think that we're going to... So generally speaking, like, the offensive units are just better anyways. I'm not sure if this is effectively cheaper, though. Here's the thing. Upkeep per unit on this is 1 meat and 3 reagents, right? Can we Bueller? Can we get a... What's the base price of reagents? I don't really know, but meat is like 20 or 30, right? And compared to line infantry, I think the upkeep is actually higher for undead, which seems like it shouldn't be the case. It feels like they should be cheaper. In terms of upkeep, that should be one of the advantages that they have, but they're supposed to fall off, so meat and magic isn't as cheap as it used to be, is what I'm saying. Where do skeletons put their meat? On their feet, of course. They also need it in the joints. You need it to help lubricate the ligaments. It's a very complicated, involved process. Soon we will have access to the rest of the market. The shining city on the hill, except it's underground. Allegedly. Do we have a PM? We don't have a PM. It would have cost them nothing to make a PM that uses the Zeppelins, so we would get flying Zeppelins around. These modders... Terrible. What are they doing? We might actually even see, like, a Zeppelin pop out, so I have no idea. There's a shitload of additional mob options that are completely busted. You have, like, plus 10, 20 base defense. That's a lot. Them zombies, they eat brains. That's true. You make a guide on agrarian economies, maximizing cash crops, would love that. Well, they did make the change. We forgot to put this in our metagame update, but going agrarianism isn't as bad as it was before, because some of the ownership for the agrarian stuff, in terms of companies, will actually be agrarian. But one of the big problems is that companies are really good. If you are trying to emphasize something, you go for companies for it. Why the hell do we have so much steel demand? I mean, these guys are taking care of it. Yikes, though. We really need railways. But one of the big problems is that I'm just going to go faster the railways rather than trying to micro our way out of our issues. This is... If you've ever seen the movie Click, he fast-forwards through his entire life, and then he realized he forgot to live his life. And that's what we're doing. We're gonna just fast-forward through to the railways and forget that the point is to live the game. But the problem is that the ownership of companies is capitalist and not agrarian, and the bonuses you get are towards ownership pops, and so, like, it unfortunately, like, just doesn't quite work for you. Like, you need capitalist ownership, or you need agrarian, like, you would need companies that are 100% agrarian ownership, and then specializing in that way would actually feel a lot better, but as it stands, that's not really how it works, so... I love playing agrarian role for role-playing purposes. Yeah, then it's a little bit better now. I still think it's not good, but, if you're talking it like it's RP... We haven't looked at the math on it, because we just know it's, like, bad, but I do believe agrarianism is better than extraction economy. Because this disables a bunch of stuff. And then you get huge contribution efficiency percentage modifier, but it's applying to a smaller base amount. Magical expertise efficiency, though, Magicrat's investment pool. What is the Magicrat zone, even? Plus 50% Magicrats has got me thinking that maybe there's more to this here. Adventurers, we don't have any. They're all dead. They adventured their last venture, eh? What buildings unlock Magicrats? Because we don't have them right now. And they're an ownership type class. We're on Magocracy, so I'd feel like we should have them. We're on the thing that juices them up. And this hurts their contribution efficiency. This really hurts it. Okay, well, now we have an interesting situation. I don't know how we get Magicrats, though. But if mages are really good, then... Is it known to be a bug that positive movement has 15 pressure over PB, but they're not pressured? You can't... if you're already pressured by too many different... If you're already pressured by too many different movements, if I recall correctly, you can't be pressured by another even if it gets too high. So then you would look for the lowest power movement. I forget the names for this. That is also pressuring the PB, and look to tamp down the movement in order to free up the PB's like pressure slot, I guess. There are PM in manor houses. If there are PM in manor houses and they're not going to be a PM in company headquarters, then I think we don't want it, yeah. Oh, but we would rather have the mages than the clergy, huh? Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, do we get... I don't see a tower. Oh, that was cool. Still not what we're looking for. Okay, so now in theory we can trade with other people. Oh, we have the auto queue already picking up one of these. Let's help it along. This is going to cost us a little bit of a pretty penny, but we want to get the trade going and see what we're doing, what we're working with. Looks like we're importing luxuries to start. I think that in general we don't want to, we want to tariff consumer goods that are not, that are finished consumer goods or end chain, things that don't feed into some other industry. So we're going to put a small amount of tariffs on this, which is going to make it so that we will either generate tariff income or we'll look to do other stuff. This is an end finished good. It is so expensive for us though. The silk though, the silk is going to allow us to actually turn up the PM ourselves. So let's do that, because we don't make any luxury clothing, because we don't understand how to make, we don't understand. Have you ever heard the legend of the Emperor's clothes? That's us right now. We are a naked Gabo, but of course on stream we couldn't show that, so instead he's fake wearing stuff, but there's no luxury clothing now, but now there will be, now that we have access to silk. So the silk, this price, will get resolved by the trade center, surely. Yeah, and they're importing the silk here. Again, just anything that's an input, or sorry, an end consumer good we're going to put in here. So, like, cotton is a consumer good. It actually gets consumed by the lower class. They much prefer clothing as they're fulfilling their clothing kind of requirement, but it does exist, and so that we wouldn't, at this juncture, tariff. But things are looking up for us now. This is helping to sort out our economy, and PMs that we couldn't go before, now we can go. How are we draining? We are draining our investment pool. Now it's at 39 million, so we can drain a little bit faster than that. So why don't we add a couple construction sectors as well? Amethyst Pocket. God damn, we need more infrastructure. We're gonna build a little bit there. You have to slap Mage PM on manor houses, admins, universities. Admins and universities. Alright, let's take a look. Well, I think we wanted the mage juice there. Well, this gives us more magical expertise. Got it. We now have a lot of magical expertise. Okay. Okay. But we have gold output here. Not much gold output here, although we will with the lead. We want education access to become recognized, right? We have a ton of pops, I think, everywhere. I know in the holds we do. I don't know if we have a lot of pops in the hallways. We have so... Why are there so many pops in the hallways, dude? What are you doing? Alright. People are sleeping in the halls. So that should dramatically increase that. Dame Star and the Flawless are also increased. Yeah, so we can't divination both. So what we'll do is we can either do specialized or generalized. I think we want the Dame Star there. And the Mithril. And here we use a general. And then here we use a general as well. And then I think the hallways generally don't have a lot. Are we using encourage manufacturing industry? Or is there an equivalent that uses magic? 10% birth rate. And migration attraction. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. That is quite a lot. Okay, so we can still put one of those down here. So let's just double check. The hallways don't really have much going on. This has... mostly... It doesn't even have that much minerals, so let's go. Let's kind of just take a look. This has some, but it has gold mines. This doesn't include... It's just the gold fields for now. I think we'll just sit on our extra magic stuff. So we should be in okay shape. Wow, kind of interesting how the scaling is working here. So magic's pretty useful. Because it's gonna let us... This is gonna skyrocket. He's beginning to understand. He's beginning to believe, you mean. Generals would always obviously use generalized PMs. Yeah, guilty as charged. And the railways come in. We'll add them. And then The dwarf road, of course, we don't need, because we could have built this before. It's beautiful. He's beginning to believe. He says as he puts the PMs in. He's beginning to need to pee too, though. You hate to see it. Well, I think we're super mining oriented, obviously, in these dwarf mines, so I think we're gonna go that. Let's encourage manufacturing industry also in the capital here. We are also getting there money-wise. God, my head is like so EU5 like brained. I'm like, he's gonna have low control in this location because it's not connected. It's not connected, and it's like, oh nope, that doesn't matter. It's just gonna have bad market access. It's like a different thing. Or it's not gonna have access to. Like, it's the market area is not going to be connected. The shining city under the hill? This guy gets it. We have to wait until he unlocks the automaton and starts creating pops from thin air. Is that what we should go for next? We're starting to spin it up. I think what we want really is to get through here. We don't have a truce right now. Does look like some people might help him. I think we're gonna wait and decay out our infamy a little bit more here. We're building into this slight deficit, but again, we can't run a really huge one because we're unrecognized. But let's take a look at what we need to advance, because I don't think we can just chip... It seems like we're not in a very good position to just randomly chip a bunch of GPs for getting this is how we would normally play this. We need to get GDP per capita up, standard of living up, literacy up, which we're doing, and offer embassy articles active. What's our current rate of change? Not abolish slavery. Oh, we're actually close to, like, actually getting some progress. Slave trade. Why don't we ban this? Because people will get mad. Real mad. Can we get this in? Hear me out. We're still illegitimate. Let's try for it again. We get a newspaper, the Abdalhazan Advocate. We have advocacy in the great land of, led by the Lich King. I'm sure this will have no adverse repercussions. Obviously not. As long as they don't discover that they are sentient beings, we'll be fine. As long as they don't have a cultural uprising, or a national awakening, we'll be fine. Fine. Taxation capacity. Government ability. This just seems so bad. We don't have a lot of agriculture here, do we? We kind of do. I guess we just do these in our holds. You can do it in the hallways too, I guess. Technically, the hallways having more mappy, like, kind of makes them... we're actually probably supposed to build in the hallways. I don't know about this. This makes me feel weird. I don't want to build in the hallways. It makes me feel wrong. If avoiding building in the hallways is wrong, then I don't want to be right. This is what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure it's wrong. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to... I'm pretty sure the fact that this gets a bunch of mappy is, like, kind of a bit of a silliness. and like, or, well, there is a construction malice, right? No, there's not a construction malice. Forget about building in destinations. We only build in roads from now on. Yeah, it's not quite it. From the way that the incentive structure manifests in terms of player behavior is not correct. The hallways are big, they're like a street. Welcome to the club, mappy hallways. Feels bad. Yeah, these mappy hallways are just like stupid. It means you build the trade centers and the roads, and then they ship goods to your dwarf holds. That's how it's supposed to work, I think. I mean, where you have the mappy is not where you want the trade centers as much. Wait, let's think this through. The trade centers create local buy and sellers. No, yeah. Where you have low mappy is where it's better to build trade centers. So this is just this weird aberration where it's like an inside out type of thing. Because you're incentivized to build everything in the hallways and then build the trade centers on the outside. I suppose that maybe makes sense, but really the holds should, like, be strong for it. Somehow the roads should give mappy to the holds. Is probably the way that it would work. The hallways are dwarven stuff. No proper goblin would go there. Big true, that's why we're not going to build there. You're so right, bestie. Look at our literacy just shoot up from those edicts, though. Let's go. We also got a law for it, I think. I think we went on to religious schools. I don't know if we actually succeeded in passing that. We could swap up this stuff now. Yes, please. Lava pumped forges? I thought you'd never ask. Magic solves all the problems? Pretty much. No excuse to not be educated in a world with magic, right? I mean, we're kind of running it up. Down to 8 infamy, so we deck on these guys soon. We take their hallway, because clearly that's the best thing to take. Let's start damaging relations with these guys, getting ready to fight them after. We're also very fine if they just join in against us. So, how are we doing draining out? We're draining out, but not at a super fast pace, but we're losing money now because we reduced taxes. To be just barely legitimate. Still ideally wanting to find a way onto technocracy here. We is. So how long have we been live? The thing lies to us all the time though. Things just lie to us. Alright, so we will have to subvent the paper. I think that we want to make sure that we're not tariffing stuff. We're okay if we export this. We're super okay exporting tools. We don't want to export that. That's kind of okay. We're exporting mainly luxury glow stuff and tools. The tools should go up now that we changed that. We're importing wood. Ideally, we would actually want to produce the wood ourselves. Okay, fair. You don't click fast enough, you don't get a choice. That's true. Wait, can we just deny market access everywhere by just, like, being... We just only take roads and we just deny the market access to everything. Right? That's the play. The minor interests. But yeah, we just take this, we just take the road, and then everything's disconnected. And then we could fight the Soldiers' Republic afterwards as well. We should be strong enough to do this, so... Industry rights, what do we want to add? I guess steel mills is the only thing we can add. No one, we haven't given investment or taken investment rights off of anyone. I guess in theory, we probably want to get investment rights off of them at some point, and we want a power block, or we want them to offer us an embassy. Can we transfer you goods now that you'll like it? You will. We could transfer you a lot of wood. We're importing wood. We could transfer you this, though. You really like that. We would love to make more of it. So I think we'll kind of just put that in there, and then... Goods transfer. We would love to receive grain. Just looking through Merchant Marine, we'd kind of be okay receiving silk. We would really want to receive, so... Maybe we... maximize that out. Alright, so we're maxed out on those things. We can owe an obligation. And we could agree not to subvention stuff. We won't subvention or tariff either opium or fabric. Oh, an obligation. We could give them a small money transfer. Does this help out? Alright, this is kind of a decent chance. We'll put it in 25 years. This will be good for us super long term. 50% chance. Let's go. And how are we doing on this goods transfers anyways? Did they mod out goods transfers in terms of affecting budgets? That's interesting. You don't buy the goods, they just appear there. Hopefully EU5 will be faster than Vic 3, especially for the devs. We didn't have a year with basically zero development having from Vic 3 Anbennar dev. I'm pretty sure some modders already have access to it, but I don't know which. That's curious that they took that out. So, normally we would have to buy goods and then sell them. in the receiving market. I think that that's probably, from a balance perspective, that's probably a fine enough change. That was a weird kind of abuse, but we also don't have... Yeah, we have this money transfer expense, but that's not too bad for us. We could tolerate that. We are slowly losing money, though. So... we do want to eventually increase taxes, actually, I think. The problem is that'll kick us into illegitimacy. Actually, we've got enough here. Let's do this. We just can't let it get too out of control because we're not recognized. We are earning recognition, though. We could take a couple things, or we could just actually raw dog tributary them. I think I don't want to go over 75 infamy, and that would take us over 75, so I think we'll do it. I think we'll play it like this. And then if they get the guy siding with them, we'll go in on them. I think we won't need the conscripts, but we're gonna put in the 2 offensive armies. Because, actually, this guy needs conscripts because they don't have any cannons, so we'll do that. And then, do we have anyone joining against us? We don't. We could just go for this and then deck another war on these guys. I think that that's probably fine enough. Let's revoke claims then. If no one's gonna join against us. Here, I always hate it when someone joins after you spend all your maneuvers. It's actually like one of the annoying Vic 3 things having to do with the Diplo play. U5 Anbennar might get an early access because Project Lead on Anbennar is working on Gilded Age, thus massive security risk. Oh, that would be kind of a little bit of a vibe, huh? So we're just looking to take just this, which is gonna completely make them have poor market access everywhere. Because everything needs to come through here. It's a central hub. Yikes. Looks like we're not getting too good a roll. Let's do that, I guess. Maybe that was a little premature. How are you finding lack of access to the world market? Where access? We built a sky place. An airship tower. Which gives us access. So we have it. They should have it when someone joins. It gives maneuvers to the opposite side based on the country rank. Yeah, that would be a solution that still operates within the system. I mean, I just want to see the entire Diplo play reworked, but with the Diplo play as it stands, that would be a solution, yeah. That'd be a reasonable way of approaching it, I think. Who is okay with this? Landowners really hate it, though. Landowners is so powerful hit, too. Ooh, it sucks to have one of the slavers. It sucks when slavery is allowed in your nation, eh? Point. But actually... So, slavery is technically legal in the US still. Or, I mean, it is legal, it's just only on prisoners. I think we got total separation here. Oh no, the police are coming for us for going total separation, not like this. Alright, I have to use the restroom. We're gonna go speed 3. And hope nothing weird. Hoping nothing weirder than there being infinite flags happens. Because we're not going to pause, so hopefully that doesn't break us. We'll be right back. Often my cat accosts me outside the bathroom, wanting to be pet. New tax law, maybe? Soon. I don't think we have a better one. Or we'd like to go into prop. God, the landowners just... they're so big. He's so hot right now, Hansel. We would not mind the... granting this guy leadership over the slaver, so... Let's put that through a little bit faster. What should I use my excess authority on? Resources output? What's best on decrees? Just in general, or in this mod specifically? I'm not sure what's best in this mod specifically, but just in a general sense. I like to have encourage manufacturing in the capital, and then if you have a really small amount of locations or a small amount of states, promote social mobility can be really good. But other than that, road maintenance also is really good if you have a low amount of locations or states. Land of the free my ass. Also, don't forget, check your grass height with the HOA or you might see jail time. Yeah. We don't have an HOA. But yeah, I do not have necessarily a problem with like forced labor of prisoners like in the abstract, but it is absolutely and completely perverse that it's allowed alongside having private prisons. Because that creates really perverse incentives where people have a financial interest in seeing more people imprisoned, and I don't think it's a coincidence that incarceration rate is the highest in the United States, basically out of anywhere in like the developed world. I think those two are related. Those are related phenomena. So, got 4 million pops there. Not that I'm like for it, I just like don't absolutely hate the idea of like making someone work in a prison, but if it's for profit, then like that's crazy. Right, you're encouraging like unjust outcomes because it is in someone's financial interest that they happen, which you don't like ever really want to do in terms of incentives. Hey, this guy's not very expensive to tributary. God, I trying to look at the resources he has by like clicking through like the resource stuff for like monster pens. Automatories. Let's take a look at these. Oh, do these just fuel labor-saving PMs just in general? Alright. These don't create pops, do they? They just fuel labor-saving PMs. Is that... Yeah, okay, so they just fuel the absolute best labor-saving PM. They don't actually produce pops like the other mod does. The other mod, they produce pops. This is just, like... They give these labor-saving PMs. There is one very good. I think we do want hydraulic kinds. And then we want the better tax system. Something like this seems okay. Mechanism can produce pops, or so he thinks. It's either a good or a labor-saving PM. Oh, okay. And then switches to produce pops? Got it. Got it. Fully awakened. Woke, you mean? Okay. Oh no, who's going for this guy? That's what we wanted to do. Dragon Command, no. This guy. He's under 75, which is kind of how we're looking at things now. We're just trying to stay under 75. Because that's a different / bigger breakpoint. Let's maybe improve relations a little bit with some of the people like outside the ring here. How are we doing? We're still not really draining the investment pool the way we would like. So there's per capita for us, so we could go per capita now. Thinking subjugating this guy feels pretty good. Oh, especially because he's unincorporated stuff right now, too. We can wait for our stuff to decay down a little bit so that we get underneath the threshold of bringing it over 75. I think we just don't want to pass that. It's kind of a biggish rev. We have a ton of radicals, or we've generated a lot of radicals. Looks like they've kind of come down a little bit, though. Probably because we reduced taxes. No, we raised them back up. SOL just kind of climbed regardless of the taxes. We also have literacy climbing quite a bit, so we are earning recognition here. Oh, these guys are fighting someone? Let us... We have to get under 7. Who's... But these guys are going for the war goal, so they'll get bigger if they finish that war. So we have to declare before they finish these guys off. Either way. I guess we could go over 75 for a hot second. I think that we don't want to overcomplicate this. It's gonna make people really upset with us, but... let's do that. I'm sad Dak wins in the region. It means that the beer dwarfs died in the lore. Womp womp. Get wrecked, beer dwarfs. No, we don't want you to lose like this. Don't unassign from all your fronts. Bro, win your other war, and then come and fight us. I guess it's fine. Yeah, they just white pieced or something, or they got humiliated. One of the two. Interesting way to handle... They have a lot of infamy decay in a lot of spots. It's kind of an interesting way to handle it. What do these guys want? I'm assuming... I think we go rights to associate. Considering no one dislikes it here, it's kind of easy. A little bit of a layup. And we're paying bureaucracy here. I think we have one, yeah. One place that's not quite incorporated yet. And then that should make it so these employ up, right? How important are concrete pops that are naturally more similar to your accepted culture? It's pretty important, but we haven't been checking it that much. It's less important, so there's a law that kind of makes this less important than it was like last patch, and that's subjected, because you get acceptance from homeland. So as long as they stay at home, it's actually pretty good. You just don't really, you won't really get migration with this law, but that's kind of okay. So if you take dirt, you're in much better shape. So like taking states off of China, you can actually employ up stuff in places, this type of thing. And then eventually you go multiculturalism. We can take a look, but a lot of our pops are going to be in relatively high acceptance because of that subjecthood, really kind of pushing them up here. You can see that almost all of our pops are full first and second class citizens. But you can take a look at like what modifiers we get for like these things in this like radicalism, political strength, qualifications. Qualifications being a big one, and being unable to work in government buildings. And so you have to be at least, I think, tier 3 to work in the government buildings everywhere, and like this type of thing. Also affects wages, but... Undergrowth goblins, we also see that our people are, in fact, over here as well. We will all, in fact, die sooner or later. That is true. Per capita taxation, they won't pass. Brother, we don't want to pass that, really. Makes it harder to pass the other ones, so... Let's do this, just so we can maintain over the threshold, and then grant this guy leadership. So he takes over ahead of the slaver. And that'll help out a little bit. For us here, we have a ton of infamy to decay. In the mod, there are traditions that give you like one more level to acceptance, so I'm looking at currently as secondary war targets. I'm like making an ogre traditions that give me +1 with specific goblin culture. Oh, interesting. Well, if you want to get off of subjecthood, or you start to get pushed off of it by a national awakening, then you're going to have a bunch of acceptance issues. So, our sample size is relatively small. Like, we've played 3 runs with, like, the kind of caring about the nationalism versus subjecthood thing, but I think you might even want to do it like in a phasic type of way where you go subjecthood into something highly discriminatory into multiculturalism and you use it to slingshot your way into multiculturalism. Because now multiple movements can like pressure you on the same thing simultaneously. Let's do it. More traded goods. Wow, we're up to 100 traded things. Crazy. Oh, I really wish we weren't accumulating debt right now. It's just a little bit, but it's like, when you're unrecognized, it slowly builds. It's a problem. Because, like, you look, we're paying 40k in interest, right? So if we didn't have that little bit of debt that we have now, we'd be fine. We're gaining here. Well, our GDP is in the top 10, but also soon we will get, I think, literacy of... No, we're not that close to literacy of 40%. We're also flattening out here. We're also flattening out a little bit here. Let's increase our institutions a little. Some of this. We have plenty of bureaucracy. And so we'll increase our equilibrium that we're trending towards, which will hopefully keep this nice and high, and so we can get recognition faster. Once we get recognition, we also are super okay to deficit spend, so that'll shift things up a bit as well. Xarxos did world conquest as Jen Mayen. In what game? Talking about EU5? You're talking about Vic 3, depending on the patch, it's very, very easy to world conquest as anyone. Vic 2? Oh, I have no frame of reference regarding that. I cannot comment on, like, Vic 2 at all. See, here's the thing, is, like, labor-saving PMs are so good, but maybe the automata is so efficient. No, depeasanting is just really valuable. This is the issue. This is the issue with fake people. Take that one to the bank. You actually, like, want to make them not peasants. Pretty badly. Unless you're out of workers in a place, but... We can get some more doodads here. Trade resolves our issues. We have an agitator coming in for peasant movement. Ugh, don't like that. Right to associate coming in soon. Not sure what our next war is. It's either over here or over here. We maybe are supposed to rat out to the ocean. Maybe we should prioritize that a little bit more. We're not very close to the ocean yet. And this guy's going to take quite some time to get close to the ocean on. Let's improve relation with him. It's like being the Magnus Carlsen of Vic 2. I understand what you're saying, but Magnus Carlsen is so much better at chess than anyone on this planet is at any video game as well. Like, Magnus Carlsen has, like, 50,000 chess hours or something, and chess is also not a changing game. And because it doesn't change, that means that, like, your skill doesn't become outdated by updates, which happens, like, with video games. And it's been the exact same game, rather than, like, shifting game to game. .69 success chance? Nice. Did he lose a couple times this year? Yeah, he's still, he's still more skilled at chess. There's multiple chess grandmasters that are more skilled at chess than anyone in this world is at any one video game. Like, video game players don't have the same, like, level of skill and specialization. Because, like, I mean, Vic 2, to be fair, is a game that's not being updated, but, like, the event horizon of, like, skill possibility on, like, chess is just, like, higher than video games in general as well. I know what he's saying, though. He's saying the guy's insanely good, and just, like, standout-ish. But it's something I think about, like, so if I don't... If I didn't play Vic 3 for, like, 4 or 5 years, I wouldn't be that good anymore, because the entire metagame and the entire game would pass me by. Chess just stays the same. Chess is big money, Vic 2 is niche as fuck, no one cares about it, it's not even a comparison. Chess has also just been around way longer, and also, like, the correct decision in video games often doesn't involve you seeing further or understanding the complexities of a position. Like, the comparison is also just not apt because, like, finding the correct decision in video games is often never as complicated as it is in chess. Music too loud? I think it's just this one section of the music. I think you make some argument for Flash and StarCraft, Brood War, but that's about it. There might be some guys with a ton of hours on, like, the same Brood War patch, but I still think it's, like... I also think that RTSs are a better example of, like, being able to push power, like, a skill level than grand strategy games. But, like, it's like a whole different category of skill. I really think we're supposed to wait for proportional. I don't think we won't... Mercantilism is actually kind of fine okay right now. Wow, I honestly, being in this tunnel is kind of just interesting, because it feels just super trapped in terms of, like, what's going on. We're just stuck in here. And being any one of these guys on the outside, we would be, like, looking around the rest of the world, like this, and, like, you know, but here we're just, like, isolated, and just in the dark tunnels. StarCraft Brood War is the closest when it comes, with maybe 100,000 competitors at its height. But it's not just about competitors, it's about the possibility of, like, hours, which, to be fair, Brood War, like, being on the same patch, has been on the same patch for a very long time. But, like, even then, like, Brood War has a lot of depth, I guess. But a lot of, like, video game decisions in general, it's just, like, there's a clearly best option in a way that it's, like, not necessarily, like, the... Well, with chess, there's, like, a clearly best option, but... a lot of the time you spend, like, playing video games is doing stuff that is, completely always exactly the same. Like, executing a build... Well, build order is maybe not the right example, because different build orders are good and, like, different things. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, Brood War is, like, the closest thing to comes to mind that you could kind of draw the comparison, but, like, this... I still think the skill level of just chess players in general, in regards to chess, just, like, talking about skill level in the abstract, is some of, like, the highest tier skill level possible, and, if not, like, the highest, because athletes often, like, they age out of their sports and they don't really keep playing the sport. You age out of chess, too, but a lot of chess players keep playing chess even after they've gotten, like, old and, like, this type of thing. Whereas, like, pole vaulters don't, like, pole vault for fun on a Saturday after they've retired. Add some construction. I don't think we can afford that much, actually. Still orders of magnitude below chess. Yeah, well, I don't know about multiple orders of magnitude, but, like, I think chess is, like... The like, layers of chess skill are also just, like, so much, like, the degrees of separation in terms of chess skill, in terms of the different levels of chess skill, are just, like, also, I think, a lot higher than, like, they are in, like, an RTS or something like this. Although I do think there's layers to that, too. Like, the best guy at Brood War I could play in 1,000 matches and I would not win a single one. Ban slavery with Modernizer? No, he still hates it. Is that a bug? No, they don't care about slavery. Not that modern, huh? Not that kind of modern. Not that kind of modern. Or are you saying they become less pissed? They still get really pissed. I mean, it could be we're just supposed to go into the rev and fight it. We could also maybe abdicate into it. I kind of don't want to do abdicate cheese right now, but we maybe could figure that out. I mean, what we really want is to get on technocracy, but that's also a bit of an ask. Really, the landowners are, like, cramping our style. I just, like, I feel like I don't understand why they're so freaking powerful, man. Oh. Oh, because the slave trade itself. Even then, actually. No. I don't know why they're so powerful. I mean, we could recruit generals from other... I mean, I don't know if slave trades affects it, but... Are we just multiplying by a super large... So from wealth, 7.43 million in terms of base. Sort by wealth? Or we could sort by population size too. Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of the Majorcrats are landowner. I mean, we made a mistake going Majorcrats. What happens if we swap everything off of Magicrats now? I mean, do we get anything for having a deficit here? Less tech spread. We can say smell you later. We got total separation, right? Which is a big part of what we wanted. That affects our bottom line in a very positive way. And then now, what happens to your clout, my guys? I said, what happens to your clout? Where is Harvey Dent? Abdicate the great Dak? Heresy. You're so right. We can't do that. We can't abdicate or get rid of him. In EU5, you said earlier you could import directly from China to the London market, but in your combo with SAF, you guys said Venice couldn't import goods from India without having Egypt eat it all up, or GB importing paper. Is there a difference? This is a trade range thing. Eventually you can from London if you push trade range consistently with your choices, but you can't until like age 4 or 5 or something like this. We were talking like more in the opener that as the frustrating bit more that was annoying, like in the opener as the Mamelukes, you can trade with India in like the second age, and you can trade with Venice. You have enough trade ranges to trade with both, but you can't trade directly from India into Venice, despite having range to hit both of them. And so that was more of an issue with we have trade range on both the sides of our like trade range like max. Why can't we just go from here to here? And the other one, and also it was very similar in terms of the idea. We don't want all the pops consuming all the stuff in the middle market. In terms of also bringing it from China to London, if you stack enough like reduction through C's modifiers, which I don't know if England gets some unique ones, but depending on your choices age to age, you will get more of these or less of these, and depending on like going C values or naval, which you will as England, you'll be in better shape for this type of thing. It's not a Dakocracy without Dak, that's true. Yeah, you can't act as the middleman to set the price. Yeah, the thing is like, if you skip it into a bunch of locations in Africa, the thing you don't like is that as you move spice there, you have to leave all the spice required by that market before moving new spice, because you can't export into a deficit, which is something I left feedback on, because I think that's a strangeness that doesn't comport with colonial extraction, but I understand why it's there. I don't have a suggestion for how to fix it. It's just like something that's a little bit weird. Planning on having a podcast with Tarkus pretty soon. I feel like with what we just did, these guys should get a lot weaker now. Because didn't we hit the base value a lot? The political strength's still 770. Why do we still have 7.2 million flat from wealth? Oh, wealth levels take a while to fall, don't they? I feel a little bit confused. I felt like what we did should have had an effect. We got rid of most of the Magicrats. And in some places we were replacing them with bureaucrats, right? And then in some we were replacing them with clergy. But the clergy's... Can we sort by political strength? Yeah, we can. The clergymen... I guess the clergymen are... Some of them are landowner-oriented. I mean, we get to see this, the movement up from the Industrialists. Maybe you just have to be a little bit patient with this. Either way, we're making way more money. Obviously, we're not paying for this. Minus 20% tech spread is kind of a bad modifier, but it's not 50k for bad, at least for us, like, at this juncture. So... One nice thing I like about the UI in EU5 is you can right-click to, like, cancel buildings. Just, like, it's very nice. Let's push this up to EOS. I think that's our current EOS. We haven't really pushed it yet. Currently trying to unite what remains of the dwarves, no matter what fantasy setting. Dwarves always be losing. This is true. Dwarves are never dominant. It's either humans or elves. Swipped off mages rather than magocrats? Is that what happened? And we swapped off the magocrats here, which, to be fair, okay, we get the clergy who are a little oriented towards landowners anyways, and then we swapped from this onto bureaucrats, and then we swapped from this onto secular, and now we're just kind of scratching our head why this didn't have as robust an effect as we were anticipating regards to this. I mean, wealth level takes a little while to shift, but it's not shifting very fast at all. Like, the flat rate we have here is the same. Did the church get stronger? Because we swapped on to having... Yeah, these guys are rebounding and recovering because we gave them more guys with more clout. Are you guys losing out? These guys are losing out. Because I think, yeah, the relative to an aristocrat, there tend to be less PB than, like, the church. You get prestige tools, hell yeah, brother. Which is kind of a little bit of a strangeness, I think, with what's going on. In terms of that. I don't know. I don't know why it's like that. I think they were decreasing a little bit before we clicked it, so I think it's just been flat. I don't know. Hey Ham, how's it going? How you be? Ham is another Victoria 3 YouTuber if you wanted to check him out. Why did their flat political strength has just gone up? How do your wealth levels go up? How do your wealth levels go up? We eviscerated your ownership class. Doesn't make sense. Well, that'll also really kneecap the wealth of the richer people, but that will also hurt the industrialists a little bit. Really not that much. They'll still be relatively powerful. Changing taxes is not the best one. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Boost throughput. More doodads. More thingamajigs. It's so weird. Jadari broke the pact and bricked recognition. No, No. Our GDP is still high. Our literacy is still going to get up there. We're almost at... No, our literacy is falling too. No. No, what a world. Did they make it so our decrees don't work when we're running a huge fat deficit? Because that's absolutely the way it should work. These things should do nothing when we have that. How do you like this mod? I think it's very interesting. We're playing in like this underground spine, which really limits our ability to engage in actions, and we're unrecognized, so kind of a little bit of a slow start in terms of how things go. Want to try a fantasy mod for the game? Saw the announcement this was posted on Reddit, was thinking about checking this out. From a content perspective, I would definitely recommend this over Realms of X there right now, because this is new and fresh, and people like that. We need to add more construction. Is subjecthood better than multiculturalism if you accept all the cultures in a country formed via major unification? Is subjecthood better than multiculturalism? If you... Well, multiculturalism is really good for getting migration. So... I don't think so. And it's good for moving around pops. Even if you, like, conquered the entire planet somehow, well, it's not that hard to do world conquest. Like, multiculturalism is still really good for redistributing pops. Magic is quite strong for the 3.5% pop growth. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, we have a ton of pops now. But eventually you'll be equipped by non-magic users. That's sweet. I do like it when there's like a phasic nature to things, where like, what's good isn't always good type of things. Which often cannot be the case. But we just don't want to use the automata stuff, because we're not running out of pops. I think we want to create some amount of demand for automata. Let's actually maybe have a little bit of a look-see. Are we running out of pops anywhere? Okay, we're kind of running out of pops here. We're not running out of pops there. So why don't we just use the automata in our tooling workshop here, just to create demand for it. And then we'll also... Because currently we can produce it, but we have like 0 demand for it, so let's do that. And this is just looking to smooth out kind of future things. Looks like we can't really import it, which is kind of interesting. Or our imports aren't kicking it in. The key is probably leverage early magic and do an artificery pivot, and then figuring out how to accomplish this swap. Yeah, that to me sounds cooler than like, oh, this is best, so you go this and you just stay it, type of things, in terms of balance. Oh boy! Wow, we are making so much money. Alright, do a bunch of that. Adding a ton of construction in. Oh. Yeah. We're making a ton of money. Journal? I think we're gaining again. Yeah, our literacy broke 40%, so we are going to get recognition at some points. Let's research some text that we're not used to seeing. Bueller? More extra morale damage is kind of interesting. I don't think we need anything that we don't have access to, so let's go to Nitro. Or anything new. Nothing new looks especially good. I guess we can do this next. Something like this. How's the mod so far? Pretty interesting. I think we probably picked a bad country to test out on because we're kind of isolated and it is a little bit of a slow start. The infamy costs are really expensive in this mod. Part of that has to do with the infamy changes from last patch though, where like instead of 1.6 being the threshold, 1.2 is the threshold, which makes everything cost a lot more infamy. Do landowners keep having political strength? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It just seems bugged. Or like, I don't know why they have... I don't know why they've maintained so much flat wealth when we got rid of an ownership class that was actually very large in terms of nominal numbers. I guess maybe if they were just not making any money and didn't have high... whatever, but like, just actual... like, we swap a bunch of PMs of like all of our manor houses completely off of the ownership and like they somehow just... like, I get that the clergy, like, also support the landowners, and to be fair, this is also going to be largely driven by landowners themselves, but... because, I don't think we had landowners in here. So... yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's just we have a lot of... yeah. We just have a lot of manor houses and stuff. Or something. Like a lot. But like the capitalists are slowly gaining power. It just feels very slow. They stalled out, yeah. So where's the ownership? Guys here. I mean, we could intentionally... why are you firing people? I mean, we could nationalize a bunch of their stuff and then re-privatize. Us also just getting more companies would do it. You know what? Maybe we should give these guys trade rights, because we don't know if there's a canal thing or an equivalent where there's a free trade center. So maybe this actually makes some sense. If not, we could always take it off. We'd prefer not to, but we could. Radicals to get off of landowners. To get rid of landowners. Slavery gives owners a lot of wealth. Yeah, did you give out a lot of investment rights? No, we didn't. We didn't give out any. Yeah, no, slavery makes them stronger, but man... go public schools now, I guess. It's kind of free. I don't know. We'll eventually spin up the economy enough, I think, that it's, like, probably fine. Almost under 25 infamy. Critical breakpoint. That's a lot of infamy to annex those guys. I think we could go for this. Actually, just go for this right now. We're not planning on Really utilizing the fact that we're under that amount of infamy. What can we do here? I guess we could revoke. A couple claims. And he'll be backs down. But with that, we will gain access to the that, I believe, is a plane. Loud plane week. We did get a couple planes. How's performance? Performance is nice. But we're also on our new rig, so... a little bit of confound there. Certainly feels quite nice. Someone joins the liberal movement. Democrat? We don't want to get negative throughput, so let's just do this. World War II airplane? Yeah, it kind of sounded like an older one. It's not like one of the jet ones that rattles the windows and you're like, brother. What is this? Brother, what's that? Plane leaving with the cargo to go to the export market? Exactly. Wow, we added so much construction. To be fair, now we're losing money in the sense that this is draining, and it's draining at a decent clip, so maybe we hold on to this. We just would want to actively build a little bit more, I think. That way our queue drains. Like, if we're controlling a lot of the construction, our queue will drain. Of course, we'll just get refunded as stuff sells off, so it's not really how it works, but... let's do some of this. PMs we couldn't swap to earlier. It's so nice to not need to manually update all the, like, trade routes. We probably shouldn't have used that labor-saving PM, but it demands metal specifically, so... it's like a... in general, if you have peasants, you shouldn't use labor-saving PMs, though. Because it's not like they create more demand, but what they do is, like, you get rid of workers who you were paying wages, right? So even if the margin on the building stays the same, what happens is you get rid of workers that were paying wages, and instead you're buying, like, buy orders of iron. And the workers buy goods, so they add buy orders to the market. And so the idea is that consumer goods are generally just inferior industries relative to the iron mines. And so having more iron mines is something you would be interested in the abstract. And so maybe labor-saving PMs are kind of good there, but that completely ignores the fact that depeasanting just has a positive effect on the economy that's pretty robust, which makes it probably not worth it for us to switch on the labor-saving PMs there unless we're actually out of labor. Yeah, let's come back. Come back to me. Yeah. If you go hard at Artificery, you get Damestar via Soylent Mage PM. Soylent Mage? Is that like an insult? Why are we adding the mage? Alright, this guy just backed down. Fair. I get it. I get it. Time is it? Alright. Planning on going 4 hours, so we're just hitting the 4-hour mark now. So maybe this is actually a good time to wind down. But for the most part, we might not stream next week. Because we will be working on stuff for EU5, because now we're under a month left, so we are working on a spreadsheet. I'm trying to think if there's any NDA stuff in the spreadsheet. We could maybe show the spreadsheet before we go. I'm allowed to talk about everything. I'm not allowed to show the game. Pretty sure I'm allowed to show stuff I scraped from the game files, though. Alright, yeah, if you have any kids, throw them down the stairs. We're gonna show a spreadsheet, so obviously they can't see this, so... Can't allow a child to see a thing like a spreadsheet. So, currently, we're constructing spreadsheets for EU5. We have a bunch of stuff. We gotta not click on some of these, because some of these we're keeping a little bit secretive. But this is all the buildings. And we gotta bring it into here. And we're starting to work on this. We've learned a lot since we made the Vic3 spreadsheet initially. Oh, my eyes. I'm so sorry. I wasn't ready? No, not like this. Like how to use stuff to... So this is actually pulling from a different page. So that if you change the price assumption... Yeah, let's look at this. If you change the price assumption, like we have an assumption about what the price of a loom is going to be. If you change it to like higher, it's going to come in and it's going to affect the price over here, which this is going to feed into like the PM calcs and like this type of stuff. And so you will be able to, if you want, set up everything off of prices you think are kind of normal looking prices rather than base prices, which I think that we won't do, but we've learned a lot about how to set some of this stuff up, and so we're trying to be a little bit sharp with it. And so this is we're probably going to spend quite a few hours working on this, like a lot of hours, so, because some of this is a little bit hard to format, like specifically, we can pull everything that has a different name, and the buildings have different PMs, but some of these have different PMs for the same building, and it's all pulled like as a distinct thing. So I'm gonna have to try and learn how pivot tables work, I guess. But also look at all these trade goods. Look at all these goods as well that get involved. So we definitely have to like format it like correctly so that it can just pull from all this stuff in the way that we want. But this is kind of what we're working on right now, and so. Yeah. Nation-specific buildings go wrong. Yeah, there's a lot of those. But here, Padlock Canal, one of our favorites. But anyways, that's what we're going to be doing. Probably a lot of that type of stuff as we try and figure some things out. So we might be not around next week and not around for a little bit, but it's because we're working on other stuff. Yeah, if you like the stream, feel free to like, comment, subscribe to the YouTube algorithm thing. If you want to support the channel, the easiest way to do it right now is while we still have a code. If you want to, if you're going to pay for EU5 and you're going to pay full price, ordering it off the website with our code, Generalist in all caps is a way to do it. This won't save you any money, but it will send 12% of the sale our way. So that would be a good way to do that. But also, if you have... apparently our code also works for other games too, that are Paradox Interactive. So let's quickly show that before we end the stream. Yeah, so code Generalist in all caps won't give you a discount, but it'll send 12% our way. If you are not in the US... check Steam first before you do this, because the price is different. For certain currencies, it's actually different online versus on the Steam store. And you'll get sent a CD key with the on release with the game code, and that'll be what you do. So, anyways, do we need to sign an NDR now that we've seen Generalist spreadsheets? You need to, not an NDR, but a DNR, you mean? You might need to sign a DNR now that you've seen it. Now that you've seen the bleak horizon, the DNR might be appropriate. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. We're gonna be on our way. And so let's outro. We say bye-bye to the YouTubers. Bye, YouTubers. Twitch users say bye to the YouTubers. And then for the Twitch people, we are going to see if there is anyone who we want to raid. Although we've just been generally a little bit